What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, on a happy
Hump Day
edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Once again, I'm your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And of course, for fans of the Sports Web and the Tampa Bay sports fan, it's your time. So how do we start it off with a good time? Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. On tonight's show, we will have Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast coming on and talking about what else, because some of you Bucs fans out there didn't get enough Bucs talk. So we will talk about your Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the latest rumors, news, lots of stuff out there about Jalen Ramsey, lots of stuff out there about evaluation when it comes to the draft picks. And as always, we'll take your phone calls, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. We will keep the Rays and stadium talk at a minimum because some of you did not like that the other night, but I thought it was some great stuff. I got to tell you, I did. And I appreciate you guys being patient with me when it comes to that. When you get a pitcher on like Roberto Hernandez and he comes on and wants to talk baseball, you talk baseball. And it did get passionate the other night with yours truly, along with Harry the Greek, and of course, Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy, and everybody else. Again, at 9 o'clock, we will have the legend himself, Mr. Leo Haggerty, former Coach Scout and now media member of Night Sports Productions and Amped Up Sports, talking about around the NFL, a big-time trade today with the Pittsburgh Steelers with George Pickens going to the Dallas Cowboys. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if Steeler fans like that or not. Now with Aaron Rodgers possibly signing with the Steelers. And as always, we just chop it up with the legend, Mr. Leo Haggerty. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll talk Turnbuckle Talk, WWE, most likely WWE action, as the pay-per-view Backlash will be on this weekend. And as always, we'll take your comments. Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats are available. We'll go out to the comments really quick here. Tim goes, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, I like the setup here. I really do. I like this setup that we got going on. Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast, doing some great work there. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Yes. As Baker was
Wait
saying.
up, little boy.
Yes.
Wait up.
Get your weight up right there, Mr. Ed Gross, Peter the Great. Appreciate you as always, Ed.
Yes. Yes.
All right, and Christopher O'Reilly. Good evening, Rolex reporter. Good evening to you. As we're live on Facebook, LinkedIn Live. No Instagram tonight. We're going to cut off Instagram for a little bit. We'll see what the Wi-Fi holds. YouTube, of course, and Twitter. Let's go out to another comment. Mr. Alex says, what's up? What's up with you?
Oh, yeah.
I know you have some feelings. Of course, the Rays lose last night 8-4. They're playing tonight, so we'll update that situation. But it's going to be lots of Bucks talk, lots of Turnbuckle talk, and whatever you want to talk about here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. So without further ado, I got myself a gun, so here we go. I did.
What do you hear? What do you say?
All right, let's go out to Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend. Should we show them the new display there, or are we just going to hold off on that for right now?
I mean, you're the boss. Whatever you want to do. I mean, should we? New things coming here, man, to the sports web. New things coming. So, I mean.
Absolutely. We'll save that for later once we got all this stuff worked out. Let's see. I'm ready for the College World Series. All right, Mike. Well, he's ready for the College World Series. I'm ready to talk some Bucks football. I don't know about you. What's on your mind?
Always ready.
My friend, the Frozen Pirate podcast doing big things. We're on YouTube right there. So how was your day? Once again, congratulations on your promotion and welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television.
Absolutely. Hope everybody out there, first and foremost, is doing well. Very excited, as always, to be on the Frozen Pirate.
We got you green here. We got you. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, it's just technology, Peter. You know what happens. It's great when it works. It's terrible. We want to smash our devices when they don't work, but that's the lovely world of technology. Hey, listen, I've already smashed the laptop before because I recorded an episode and it was a very good episode. This is the early stages of the Frozen Pirate podcast. I was hyping it up, and then when I went to go release it, the laptop didn't want to load up, so it took my fist right through it. I've been a lot better since then, but it happens. But anyways, meanwhile, back at the Cove, I've had a very...
with that thought here, because you know that I had a situation. I was covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yes, you were. You told me about this.
It was on the field, and it was after the 48-14 throttling by the Bucks versus the Carolina Panthers, and I was so excited to get on the field. JP Peterson, usually my host, he decided to go to Orlando. So I was setting all up, and then all of a sudden we get a Florida shower, and this Florida shower didn't go. In fact, it kept on raining and raining until it got the laptop wet, which basically ruined the motherboard. And I had TJ Reeves, the media icon, running towards me to save it, and we could not save it. And it cost me a total of $2,000. So the next time you're going to do a post-game edition of the Sports Web, make sure that it's dry, because anything that gets wet, and I'm fortunate because not only the laptop got wet, but of course the camera got wet, the mixers got wet.
That's
all
not
this,
good.
I bring all this stuff out to Raymond James Stadium, and it got damaged. It's the last time. If it's raining, I don't care if it's raining just a little bit. And I just kept on going, and the web heads know. They saw it. They just kept on going, and then all of a sudden it just goes off. So crazy.
You know what,
Yeah.
Peter? You know what you should get? Because
Yes.
every year that I go out to Florida, man, I notice that it rains once or twice a day type of deal. Nothing like crazy. Where versus out here in Mass, like yesterday, it was pouring out. Like we got half of the day in, and then all of a sudden it was just dumping on us. And my boss looks at me. He was like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I could care less. I'm not gonna be here soon, so I don't care what you guys are doing. And then shout out to my coworker there, Manny, great guy. He knows makes the day go by fast. He goes, "No, you know what? We're getting out of here." I said, "You ain't got to tell me twice." But yeah, man, technology sucks when it doesn't work. Like I said, especially our Wi-Fi connections when they start to lag, and we pay all this money and we expect greatness. But for all the web heads out there, the Sports Web, you're going to get greatness, hot takes, and interesting guests coming on. That's why you guys got to tune in every Monday, every Wednesday, whenever you see. Turn on your bell notifications as soon as we go on live. That way you guys know and you guys can join us, because look what happened last week. Who expected Hernandez to come on? Nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why you guys got to tune in. You never know what you're going to miss.
We've had John
miss.
Jaworski. We've had Ira Kaufman on. We've had all kinds of guests. But I'm telling you right now, in a couple weeks, and we're going to have a big surprise for you Bucs fans out there. Have a big surprise for you Tampa Bay sports fans, because we're going somewhere in the week of June, and we intend to have the Sports Web for 3 days. That includes Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Can you get enough of that? And I'm telling you, like, the line of guests, if this all works out the way that I've been told, it's going to work out. You're going to have football stars. You're going to have baseball stars. And we're talking about you're going to have some coaches. If these guests come on the evolution of sports talk television, I'm telling you, you guys are going to want to tune in to this. Now, with that being said, because we won't let the cat out of the bag just yet, we'll bring the people on in just a couple weeks to promote this, because I got reached out. I was somebody got into my inbox and said, "Listen, I got this thing that I think you'd be interested in." And I said, "Oh, really?" And I said, "Could we go out there, do this, promote whatever you guys are doing?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, what about the guests?" And they said, "Yeah, we could probably work on getting that for you." So just keep on watching the Sports Web. Trust me, it will evolve. That's it.
You guys got to stay tuned. Stay tuned, man. I'm telling you, like I said, and like Peter's saying, you never know what's going to happen. You never know who's going to show up. And like I said, you're getting some of the best takes from the best people in the business, man. I know there's a lot of options out there. And again, we greatly appreciate you guys tuning in to the Sports Web, especially right now. You guys have options and you're choosing us, and that's awesome. And we appreciate that. Just make sure you guys like and subscribe to everything that we do. Make sure you guys share everything. We see everything, man, and it goes a long way. And like I said, you never know who's going to show up on the show, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, you're true. Absolutely correct about that. Let's see. Ed says, "I want to be a guest." You can always be a guest on this show by calling the phone line 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. But we've gotten you on the Sports Web on camera before when we get out to these remotes. Stand by. Let me go out to the phone line here as I get it ready. Well, let's see who's going to be leading off the evolution of sports talk television, shall we? What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the evolution. Hold on a sec here. I can't hear you. Are you there? Oh, I can't hear you, Abraham. Call back, Abraham. Stand by. I don't know what's going on here. All right.
Technology, man.
I love it. I love technology. All right. Let's see what we can do here. As we get it plugged in, there we go. Stupid. All right. Well, we'll see. Let me just see something here for a minute, because it's not working the way it usually does. So let's see.
Please enter your.
Oh, that's how it's supposed to work. There you go. See, right there. The phone line is up. It's very simplistic, guys. It's my personal phone number, okay? You know why? Because it's personal. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Let's go out to Ed. I call in, and you didn't take my call. Well, call back in because we were having some phone problems. We got you now. Call even. And again, laugh out loud. That's pretty funny how that worked out. Again, YouTube Super Chats, Facebook stars are open. Abraham, call back. In fact, you know what? We're going to go in and do it ourselves. That's what we do here. Let's go out to Mr. Abraham here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television because people were upset the other night that we didn't talk enough Bucks.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
I give the people what they want. So here we go. Abraham, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television. Again, nothing when it comes to technology is certain at this point. So I keep all this stuff hooked up, and it's still not right. So there you go.
Yeah, I see that. No big deal.
Yep. So what's up, man?
Nice seeing you guys on the podcast. Yeah, I mean, I just like as the days progress. I mean, I'm not talking much about race because I'm sick of the Orlando Dreamers and the other crap drama, but I just want to stick to the Bucks right now.
Okay.
Hockey season's over. I like what I'm seeing. I'm excited about the rookie minicamp. And, I mean, as much as I like Peter Report, I think that Peter Report is knocking on, like, favoring the Marshall UDFA over Colorado Shallow Sanders, which I think is fair because I think you need to give the kid a chance because he was a bona fide college recruit when he was in high school. He did get legit offers from good schools. He redshirted his freshman year at South Carolina. He played in a pandemic short year. Then he went to Jackson State to help his dad and brother out, launch an HBCU program, and then they did pretty good 2 years. And then he followed him to Colorado as a graduate student. So he made some sacrifices. Okay, he made some personal sacrifices for his family, and he is a lot of people getting credit for.
I think the question mark about him is coverage ability. He's going to be a box safety. He definitely hit. You know, what's his role on this team? He's an undrafted free agent. A lot of people say, well, he's Sanders, so he's going to make the team. Not necessarily, but I will say this to Bucs fans. The last 2 years, you've had 7 undrafted free agents make it, so don't rule it out, whether it's special teams or not. Special teams makes a difference. You know, a lot of people go, well, he's just a special teams player. Makes a difference. 3 phases of the game here, and I know we're in May, but I'll continue to say it. It's over and over again, like, one of those bad songs you keep on hearing. Bad hip-hop songs, bad mumble rap, whatever you want to call it. Offense, defense. Yeah, right, exactly. Special teams and, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I hear. Yes.
He can get Josh Hayes' gunner spot for sure. And he's also able to play nickel corner. So
right.
He's got a little bit of flexibility as a player. So
right.
I would not rule him out. Also, one other guy who UDFA, I think they forgot about him, but I think that center from Texas, maybe he has a chance to be the backup center.
Yes.
He started for 4 years. So I really like him. I don't know about Shepard and Watson. Watson, it's all variables based on him losing weight.
Right.
But I think he's definitely going to make a practice squad. And Shepard too, but I mean, I like what they did in the draft, and even as far as UDFAs.
Well, listen, you're not the only one because this is from Sports Illustrated. We're going to continue to read grades here. Off-season grade for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a B. There might not be a weakness on Baker Mayfield's offense. The Buccaneers aren't loaded with all pros, but they have reliable players at every position and now have a surplus of receivers after the first-round selection of Ibuka, who will need to earn snaps playing behind Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Jalen McMillan. As for one concern on offense, Mayfield will be working with his third offensive coordinator in as many years after Josh Grizzard replaced Liam Cohen, the new Jacksonville Jaguars head coach. They also addressed their biggest need in the signing of Reddick to bolster their pass rushing group that got exposed on the wild card loss to the Washington Commanders. The team could be kicking itself, however, for waiting until day 3 of the draft to add more edge rushers. The secondary could be one of the best units in 2025, with the selections of Morrison and Parrish. The ageless Levante David is back for his 14th season, but the team could use another playmaker in the middle of the defense. Overall, it wouldn't be a surprise if the Buccaneers claim a 5th consecutive division title after improving their strengths, adding multiple edge rushers. So a B. So once again, praise. Again, a lot of people go linebackers. It certainly seems like the Bucs, like Savasi Dennis, as we talked about. I get it. He's got shoulder problems, but you look, Louie, from the Frozen Pirate podcast, when he was on the field, the defense was different, and I think they're going to definitely want to depend on him, and they like the kid Walker Jr. from the Miami Dolphins.
I mean, again, Peter, real quickly, I do like them picking up Shiloh because I don't think Shiloh Sanders is like the family. I think he's a little bit different versus Shador. So me personally, I hope Shiloh does make the team, but unfortunately he's gonna have to earn a spot unless he wows everybody, because we all know he can hit, but is he a disciplined player? Is he going to get exposed in coverages? Because let's face facts, we say this every week, Peter. Todd Bowles' defense is not the easiest defense to play, but I think he's going to make the team just because we lack depth at that position. We lack depth in the backfield for defensive backs, and he said it. He said it. I feel like I'm like a broken record. He said it. Before the draft started, we lack depth at the corner position in our secondary at defensive backs. So I do think he's going to make the team as long as he's willing to learn and as long as he's willing to take a back seat for now, unless he wows everybody. But I think he's going to be a hell of a fit on special teams. I think when, if somebody gets banged up and he comes in, I think he's going to play the role perfectly. He has an opportunity to be a starter. And believe it or not, if he can really show up for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and he really takes in all the knowledge, Peter, I think him and Antoine Winfield Jr. will be a hell of a duo because Antoine's a very polished, very smart player. I wouldn't say he's like the most physical safety, but that's when a guy like Shiloh comes in because he can hit without drawing flags. It's just he needs to stay disciplined and humble in the Todd Bowles scheme. And like I said, this is the beauty of it. Like, we can say this and we can say that, and we don't know what's going to happen. I hope he makes it. As far as Watson goes, Peter and Abraham, I believe his name is. I wanted this kid on the Bucs. I wanted him on the Bucs.
I appreciate the call, my friend. Use that second call because I want to take this call from this guy. Use that second call, okay?
Not a problem. I'll have a good one.
All right, man. Let me go out to Ed. Ed, welcome to the Evolution. Please turn down your phone, Ed.
Hi.
How you doing, Ed?
Is my phone?
You got to take us off Bluetooth, buddy.
You got to take us off Bluetooth, bro.
I didn't know I was on Bluetooth.
You're on something. All right, call me back.
Womp, womp, womp.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I think Shiloh has a lot of potential, Peter. I think he has a lot of upside. I really think he can be a playmaker.
We had to take you. Your Wi-Fi is here. Are you guys having a storm there or something? Because it's kind of
no, it's very windy here for some reason.
Yeah,
I'm a little laggy.
Yeah, big time laggy.
All right, 1 second.
All right, let me take you out of here really quick.
All right.
Let me take you out. There we go. All right. I don't like that. I hate the lag. That's tough. We'll figure it out. We'll see what he can do. ESPN has always graded the Bucs hard. It's just what they do. Yeah, absolutely. And they have definitely some grades for them. But across the board, the majority of the platforms, it has been, A. They're very high on what Jason Line and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have done. Let's go ahead and go back out to Louie here. I don't know what's going on there, man. It's
nothing, huh?
Yeah, we'll work on it. It's starting to come out of it. We took I'm sorry about the Frozen Pirate podcast. I know you were on YouTube there. We took you off. So we'll have to figure out. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like it's getting a little bit better there. But with that being said, I'm glad you mentioned Antoine Winfield Jr. because I meant to get to this the other night. Remember Dexter Jackson, right? Super Bowl 37 MVP. He said as a safety, Antoine Winfield Jr. is the best safety. He was injured last year, but when he's healthy, he's an all-pro. Sacks, interceptions, big hits, fumbles forced, fumbles recovered. He can do it all. If you can get him back to the level he was playing at 2023, he'll be the best safety in the NFL. There you go. So Dexter Jackson, former Super Bowl 37 MVP, says basically in so many words, Antoine Winfield Jr. can be the best safety in the game. Last year, of course, a lot of people will mention he got the new contract, but I don't think it was a new contract. I don't think he was resting on his laurels, if you will, which, by the way, I've never understood that statement. What is resting on your laurels? But if he did, I don't think he was. I think he was more injured. What do you say? Winfield Jr., the best safety in the game.
When healthy, absolutely, hands down.
There we go. There it is. Look at that Wi-Fi. There it is.
There it is. When he's healthy, he's probably one of the best safeties in the game, hands down. We saw what he did the year in the contract year. Falcons quarterback running the ball into the end zone, thought he had a touchdown. Antoine peanut punches the ball right out. It's now, you know what I'm saying? This kid's all over the field. Unfortunately, Peter, sometimes these things happen where these guys, they're warriors. I wouldn't sit there and say like he's gotten comfortable because he got a contract. He's not that type of kid. Antoine Winfield Sr. would never allow that.
No.
We see how disciplined Antoine Winfield Jr. is, and that's because of Senior. I just think he just had one of those years where he was banged up. No different than Baker Mayfield when he was with the Cleveland Browns when he had that shoulder issue. It's no different. It doesn't mean that they're regressing. He's nowhere compared to Devin White, and he's overall a good kid. So anybody who's sitting there saying, he just did it resting on laurels and all that stuff, I don't even know what that means.
There's plenty of Bucs fans out there. You know what I'm talking about? Plenty of negative Bucs fans. And by the way, this layout is so cool. It looks good. All right, we'll get back to Winfield Jr. in just a moment. My newest producer, co-host, Mr. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast.
What do you hear? What do you say?
Let's go out to Ed here. Ed, we can hear you. Welcome back.
Is that better?
Yes, it is better. We can hear you now.
Sorry, I'm in what they call a security skit, and sometimes it's got weird internet here.
Security? What the heck is a security skit?
We're not the only one with technology problems.
Monitors.
Yeah. So somebody's monitoring you at this point, or are you monitoring them?
Monitor, yeah.
So, you're monitoring. Okay. All right, Ed.
Yeah, like it's got a monitor in it. It's got a bunch of different cameras on it.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So anyways, the reason why I called is that I saw that and you guys have been talking about a little bit about Sanders.
Sure.
Being signed as an undrafted free agent. Is there any way does he have like any of the return skills that his dad did? Because if so, that would be huge. I understand where you're going with that. I don't think they're going to use him as a returner. I think Tez Johnson is going to be the guy they use, the 7th round draft pick from Oregon as a wide receiver. I think that's where they anticipate, and that's why Johnson may make this team over Trey Palmer. I know we're looking in our crystal ball at this point, but I think that's where the Bucs anticipate. And anytime they draft, you see they double dipped on the corner. They're disappointed with that cornerback room, so they're trying to push some competition. I think the same thing could be said about the wide receiving room, especially with Palmer and his impact. Even though he's fast, he has not been able to be a returner, a punt returner, or a kick returner. I think that's where they anticipate Tez Johnson. So to answer your question, no, I do not think Shiloh Sanders will be used in that role. I'd be very surprised.
I don't think so either. We got Tez Johnson, Trey Palmer. Sometimes they use Bucky Irving on punt returns.
I don't see that.
Shiloh is the type of dude that would just smack you in the mouth. He's just a hard hitting safety. He's not a kick returner.
Yes, I don't see that at all. I think they're going to use him as a backup safety. He'll have an opportunity to make an impact on this team, and then also possibly on special teams. You just don't know yet, but I think that's where they anticipate it. They want to improve that back end, and they're going to do that with getting players either undrafted, drafted, like they did with the double dip of corners, and Sanders as an undrafted free agent. What else?
Do you think Morrison will be a starter this year, or at least start as a backup.
I think they anticipate it. Yeah, I think that's the reason why you draft him, right, Louie? I mean, again, if this kid is healthy, he doesn't have the hip
Who is
injury.
it? Who do you say?
Benjamin Morrison.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, if I actually said that this is probably going to be my pick out of everybody in that draft class. I think he's going to probably be the one that outshines. Again, they got a really good pick here, and let's face the facts. Statistics doesn't lie. This kid's a ball hawk. He can play corner. He's physical. This is what Todd Bowles likes. And if there was an injury there, I don't think the Bucs would have drafted him. No different than what they did with Jahad Campbell. They just said, no, we're just going to pass. So I think they've seen everything that they needed to see with him. And obviously, I'm pretty sure it's May 20th or May 27th when minicamp starts, or rookie minicamps, or whatever it is. I'll have to go back and look at it. They're going to get a better look at him. And like I said, I can't see the Buccaneers wasting a pick on a guy that's not going to be able to start. And this kid was special. Like I said, go back to the 2023 season, like him against Marvin Harrison Jr. If you're not sold, just go watch the highlights go watch that whole game. It was a great game. Go watch how he covered Marvin Harrison Jr. He held him to, I believe, 1 catch, 22 yards, and just completely shut him down.
Right. And going back to
22 yards, I think it was less.
Yeah, he has
him out of the red zone twice. That's another big thing too. Not to cut you off, Peter, but if you want any more proof, go look how he handled Marvin Harrison Jr. And I said this last week, Peter. These are the guys that we're gonna be trying to contain in the near future. Marvin Harrison Jr. and a lot of these young receivers. And you saw what Benjamin Morrison did to him in the end zone. He batted the ball away from him, catching a touchdown 2 times. That's huge, because at the end of the day, that's what you want. The Buccaneers, to me, are the type of defense, like, they give up a lot of yards, but you get them in the red zone, they're a bend but don't break type of defense. And I want to see them improve on that, because we cannot have our defense on the field as long as we did this year, because that's a big problem too. You're not only hurting your defense, but you're also hurting your offense, because you want your offense to go out there and outwork their defense.
Yeah, no, and again, there's a lot of people that anticipate, or there's some people that anticipate Jamel Dean's day's done. And this one of the things that we're going to get to and talk about, because again, he has not been able to stay consistently healthy. He's not a great tackler. He hasn't played at that level where he earned, that new contract. So that's the reason why, again, you draft a Morrison in the second round. So to answer your question, I think there's a great opportunity for him to be the starter from day one if he shows out in camp, if he performs in training camp, if he performs in preseason. They'll make that evaluation. But right now, Jamel Dean is your starter. But we heard from Todd Bowles about a month and a half ago that he's going to have competition for his spot. So to answer your question, there's certainly a possibility that Morrison could be the number 1 starter on that team, on this team, besides Zion McCollum on the other side.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm really excited about this year, guys. I really think the Bucs can take it all the way.
Well, they definitely could.
Easy.
They definitely could with Hassan Reddick, adding him. What they've been able to add in the draft there, I completely agree with you on that. I think, again, knock on wood, hopefully they can stay healthy. It comes back to Mike Evans. It goes back to Chris Godwin. Can he get healthy from day one? Will he be ready? Jalen McMillan, can he build off of that? Bucky Irving, that offensive line is intact. I get it. They have a new offensive coordinator. What's the transition process on that? Will they be able to continue? And then going back to the defense, how many yards did they give up last year? They didn't get the consistent pass rush. That's the reason why you add Reddick. You're looking for a progression from Yaya Diaby. You're looking for a progression from Kalijah Kancey, who said he wants to lead the league in sacks. So we'll see if that's able to come to fruition, if you will. And will Levante David, will that middle linebacker spot, will that be once again an Achilles heel, that middle of the defense, or will it improve with Savasi Dennis? So many questions. We always talk about
there's a guy that they could trade for, man. He's in Jacksonville, Devin Lloyd. There's a guy.
I think they're happy with what they're going to go with.
Yeah.
And I know there's rumors out there about Jalen Ramsey, and a lot of Bucs fans calling for it. I know JPP has come out and he said he's, he could want to come back. I just think there's a reason why he's not on the team right now, especially the Bucs, because he's seen his best years, seen his best days. Yeah. And, Jordan Whitehead, I think the Bucs have learned from that. And that's the reason why you go with edge rusher.
What a disappointment, Peter, though. What a disappointment it was.
Yeah, disappointment, but you had to find out. You had to find out that
it was unfortunate because I really liked Whitehead coming in.
I did too. What else?
As soon as he hurt his shoulder on that game, I knew right from there, Peter. I was like, it's over.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I mean, I would bring JPP back as a coach, like an assistant coach.
Yeah, but I still think he wants I think he wants to play still. Ed, great call as always. What would you give the Bucs draft at this point? A, B, C?
I would grade them a B plus.
Okay, B plus. Why B plus?
And I'm very excited about the season, and I think that I think the Bucs really have. Well, they always have good drafts, but I think this one was really good because they got their needs met, and they also got a little bit of a bonus too. So you could just definitely give them a high mark on this one, definitely.
All right, Ed. Appreciate the call, my friend.
Right,
use that second call, all right? Don't work too hard. All right. Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. Going back to Winfield Jr. here, just give you some numbers because I'm all about numbers here. Coming off a down year, recorded 60 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 1 fumble recovery, and a defensive touchdown on the scoop and score versus the Saints in Week 6. That's not bad. I mean, that's not Antoine Winfield Jr. numbers. Of course, goes back to his all-pro season, completely different. Played all 17 games, 122 tackles, 6 sacks, 12 pass breakups, 6 interceptions, a league-leading 6 forced fumbles, 4 fumble recoveries, and a partridge in a pear tree. That's the kind of numbers you want from one of the top safeties in the league. So going back to it, Dexter Jackson believes that he can be the best safety in the league, and I agree with you. I think he's definitely going to be the best safety. I think that's a big component of the improvement. Let's go out to Mr. Sun Devil Dave right there. Connor Rogers of Sunday Night Football says NBC Bucks A grade number 1 out of 32 teams. So that's great. Good stuff. Christopher Cole, can't wait to see the rookies on the field. Agree with that. Got a couple months to go. From USA Today, gave B grades for the Bucks draft. Dave, again, college football news, gave Bucks B minus. That has been, it's either been an A or B minus. I haven't seen a C. I haven't seen a D. I certainly have not seen an F. And again,
outside of the haters, they give them Fs. So
right, because they drafted a wide receiver instead of as a Raku, as an edge rusher, or their favorite one, which is Jahad Campbell. But once again, going back to it, what you learn is that the Bucs really didn't like him, and there could be some more medical issues there. I don't know if you saw this, but his other shoulder may need to be. So you're talking about both shoulders. At the end of the day, may need surgery.
We definitely didn't see that coming.
No.
Both shoulders. We knew about one. As soon as I heard that, I was just like, damn, I really want Jahad. But I mean, right now, we're not in the situation like the Eagles.
Right.
And that's why the Eagles took him. So
right. Exactly. And look, they have Zach Bond there, who they can play at middle linebacker, and they can definitely wait this out. But and again, there's no concern, but you're hearing rumors of that. I don't know, those rumors are substantiated or not. I'm looking it up right now. Bucs are in a win-win situation with Dean and Morrison, because either Dean will be pushed to greatness or to the bench. So I'm glad you guys talked about that, because it was kind of one of the articles from Pro Football Talk. Sterling Z listed players that could be a cap casualty, and he says Jamel Dean is in danger of getting cut. He says that they can designate him as a post-June 1st cut, save about $12 million in cap space while incurring only $2.2 million in dead money. But this doesn't make sense at this point. Why would the Bucs or who would the Bucs replace him with? Well, Benjamin Morrison. But going back to it again, Dean has 2 more years left on his contract. Most likely case of moving on from him next offseason. Again, Tampa Bay would be able to free up an extra $1 million, which might go further in a year than it would now. Now, basically what you said, and again, he hasn't lived up to the $52 million contract, says the writer. We've talked about this. You've talked about this. And the reason why you don't do that is because your Super Bowl window is open. I don't necessarily know if you're going to trust a rookie, but again, this organization, there's a reason why they drafted Morrison in the second round. You could have got him in the first round. Great if he's not hurt. So do you see this team moving on from Dean? Have you kind of changed your opinion, if you will, Louie, from the Frozen Pirate podcast on possibly moving on from Dean, if you're impressed by Morrison, if he's ready, if he's healthy, and of course, Parrish in the third round?
I mean, if we can definitely get something for him, because you don't want to lose anything. You know, I get where you only take a $2 million dead cap space hit, which is a lot better than previous years with Brady and a few others. You have to get at least something back for him. You don't want to just cut him and say, hey, we're left with nothing now. If you can go out there and go get a trade to address maybe the inside linebacker position, or you can accumulate some draft picks, you got to go get something for him. You just don't want to let him. You want a return on your investment. You invested a lot of money in him. Sure. I'm not ready to give up on Jamel Dean just yet. I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I hope I'm right. And every year, Peter, I do this. Last year was Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I mean, he didn't have the best year. He also didn't have the worst year. He improved a little bit with the 5.5 sacks, I believe it was. Jamel Dean, I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be the voice of reason for the Buccaneer fans. I'm going to be a positive vibe.
The voice of the reason here. Voice of reason. Yes.
I'm going to put some positive vibes out there, because I feel like with Buck fans, no offense, but you guys, it's like the end of the world and Armageddon anytime we lose a game or something goes wrong. You got to stop being like that. If some guy is underperforming, if you feel like you can do better, go show up at Ray J and go do it yourself. But until then, I'm willing to give Jamel Dean another chance and the benefit of the doubt, unless he absolutely blows it in training camp. I need to see him play in the preseason. I need to see what he looks like week 1. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, because great players show up. And like I said, I think he's just been a little comfortable lately, a little greedy with the money, if you will. And now he's got some competition.
Has been able to stay healthy. Has not been able to stay healthy. I want to stay healthy here, but when I go out to the phone lines here, let's go out to it. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hey, it's Tony calling from North Carolina.
What's going on, Tony?
Yeah, long-time Bucs fan since '76.
Really? Is this the first time you called the show?
I called you last year. Yeah.
Last year? Wait a minute, Tony.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Why is it so long, Tony? What are you scared of, my friend? You got to call the show twice Monday and Wednesdays.
I listen, but I just haven't called in.
All right, Tony. All right.
I got comments on the draft. I like the direction they went in with this draft. I really, really happy with the picks. Really surprised with the first round pick with the receiver. Didn't expect that, but the more I looked into it and the more I listened to folks talk about him, it sounds like this guy's like the real deal. And I mean, gives him a fourth receiver option.
Sure.
Morrison, I like Morrison and Parrish. The tape I've watched on him, I mean, obviously I'm no expert on this, but it seems like they're super aggressive, good tacklers. Press man coverage, total opposite from, I guess, what we have, right, with Dean and Davis. I mean,
listen, I think Dean can do that. He just hasn't done that enough. And we heard from Parrish, and the young man said he was a former wrestler. He wants to be physical, and that's exactly what Todd Bowles has talked about in the offseason. He wants a physical corner. He wants guys that can play man-to-man, and he also wants ball hawks that can cause turnovers. And listen, Tony, at the end of the day, you got to have more than 7 interceptions. You got to have more turnovers. Right. Of course, that starts with the pass rush, in my opinion, but it also starts on the back end. And those guys got to start performing. And Parrish has got every opportunity to be, that's the slot, nickel corner.
Slot.
Yeah.
Defensive backs out there that have more than 7 interceptions.
Yeah.
And that's, you get what I'm saying? This is why, because I don't want to get to the comment, but I already see a negative comment. We'll get to it. Again, Buck fans, the reason why we went so heavy with corner, because the position, Todd Bowles has said it, we've been lackluster at that position.
Yeah.
So again, pump the brakes because I'm already seeing some things in the comments.
Oh, that's okay.
Can't
That's
please
all right.
everybody.
We're gonna have some negative comments and just move over just a little bit to that right there, real quick.
There we go.
There we go. All right, Tony, your thoughts, man?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know what the comments are because I can't see them, but I do think that I like the Walker pick. I mean, I think that the guy obviously he doesn't have the tangible. I mean, the physical traits that you would expect in an edge rusher, but I guess they're talking about maybe using him in a different. I don't know how they're.
Well, Elvis Dumerville, again, a lot of people say it's undersized, but he's getting pressure at smaller schools. You just never know what the plan is, but they have a rotation there, and they're going to have guys that are going to be able to come in and help that pass rush, and that's where you're going to go. That's the reason why you go younger in the draft. And from everything I've heard about this kid, everybody's excited. The Bucs are excited, but the draft analysts are very excited too because he's been a highly productive player, even though he's at a small school. You just can't discount that. You really can't. No. Because you just never know. So we'll see what kind of impact.
Yeah, the tape I've seen on him, it's like he's super aggressive.
Right.
I mean, he has like 80 something tackles for a loss. So I mean that's super impressive. So
it is.
Doesn't matter what school he went to.
Absolutely. That's what it comes down to, because we've seen smaller school prospects before work out in the National Football League. You just need the opportunity. He's going to get an opportunity. You're definitely.
I believe he had 9.5 sacks too.
I believe you're correct about that. Buck Buchanan, winner too. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I need to get my guy JC Allen because he had all the scouting reports and talking to all the guys, and we played the interviews last week. So very good stuff there from these kids that are coming in and have an opportunity to make those contributions. And who knows, maybe one of those guys stands out. But right now you got Yaya Diaby, you've got Hassan Reddick, you got Kalijah Kancey, you got Vita Vea, and then everybody else after that, it's a rotation. They get the opportunity for competition and see how Todd Bowles can use them, because we know Bowles and what he said here the last couple of weeks, they want to rush 4. They want to do that. They want to do that more than what they've been doing in the past, which has been blitzing, because when you blitz, then basically that kind of exposes you. So you got to rush 4. We saw what the Philadelphia Eagles did against the Kansas City Chiefs. We saw what the Bucs have done in the past with the Todd Bowles defense against Patrick Mahomes and other quarterbacks in the National Football League. So it can be done. You just have to get that consistent. And I think it starts with Reddick. I really do. I'm really excited about that signing. He's going to be, he's going to be motivated because he wants to earn a second contract or another contract here, a big time contract. And if we all know, if you take care of your business, this organization and Jason Light will take care of you, or you move on and you go with the younger kids. That's what you do.
Totally.
I mean, and you're going to see too, Todd Bowles, and I said this last week, Peter, Buck fans, you're going to see a little bit different style in that Buccaneer defense. What the Philadelphia Eagles did with 4 down linemen, you're going to see that in Todd Bowles' version. And that's why we got a couple of edge rushers to bring in here. You're going to see the rotation of guys just coming in and out, keeping guys fresh and constantly attacking. And they definitely have the guys to do it. Hassan Reddick, Yaya Diaby, the rookies that they just acquired, Anthony Nelson. A lot of people are still sleeping on Chris Braswell. Chris Braswell, I think, is a guy that's going to do some damage in the backfield. And a lot of these guys going into their second year, and you got to understand, too, look at that, the defensive linemen that they're going to be playing with. Greg Gaines, Logan Hall, who's somebody that I think is going to have a huge year, too. He's in a contract year with 5.5 sacks that he put up. Nobody's really talking about him. That kid's super athletic. Go back and go see what Warren Sapp was saying about him. Very athletic kid, big kid, very physical. Vita Vea and my buddy, I'd love to meet him because he would tower over me. But Watson, man, like if he can slim down a little bit, I'm telling you, this Buccaneer defense is going to be greatly, greatly improved.
And don't forget Roberts there, who they drafted in the 4th round. Yeah. He may play a little bit inside also, right? Is that his name? Roberts?
Elijah Roberts.
Elijah Roberts right there. So out of SMU.
But they said that, like, I noticed that, like, Braswell, everybody's talking him up.
Well, yeah, we haven't even talked about Braswell, but there's a possibility, and I get it. A lot of Bucs fans, well, he's already a bust. Wait a minute. You know, it
How's he a
takes
bust? Yeah,
well
that's ridiculous.
because Bucks fans, want it right away. But the problem is, and you know this all too well, Tony, being a longtime Bucks fan,
Yeah.
but
they always think about like Noah Spence and people like. I mean, they've had some busts, and but I mean,
Noah
come
to
on.
me, it's a shame. And even media outlet like Joe Bucks fan will talk about it.
Yeah.
Noah Spence was coming on, but when he had the shoulder injury, he was never the same player after that. So it's easy to say he was a bust, but he was productive. Right. But if he doesn't hurt himself, and again, it's all about injuries, staying healthy, or whatever else. Sometimes it comes down to luck, but you're not able to stay healthy. You change as a player. People go, well, he's a bust. Well, he was highly productive before he hurt himself. So I don't
think it was a shoulder injury, correct?
Shoulder injury, yes. Yeah. Shoulder injury.
And they weren't even playing. They really weren't playing a 3-4 defense. I felt like he was mostly built for that 3-4.
Yeah, they
right,
were
playing 4. So, Tony, what did you give the Bucks a grade wise?
I would say B+.
B+? Okay, why B+?
I gave him, Tony. I gave him the same grade.
I gave him an A. Maybe, again, I'm just an easy teacher at this point.
Well, I mean, the reason I don't know. I mean, I could see an A as well. I mean, A minus A. But I don't know enough about the more I watch with Parrish and Morrison, the more I raise the grade because I'm like their tape really looks great and overall I would say Ibuka's great. I mean, I'm from everything I've seen of him. Walker looks solid. Roberts, I'm not sure about, but and then of course Ted Johnson.
Ted Johnson, yeah.
I mean, well, I guess he's kind of an unknown, but I mean, everybody talks so highly of him when he was playing at Oregon. So, and the tape is great, in games. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like you got to trust the scouts and the management.
Well, that's what you do. You trust them, right? Because you look at the last year's draft. What was your draft grade last year? What did you give them?
I would say probably about the same.
Okay.
But I think I think it was a really good draft. I mean, how many starters did they get out of the last year's draft?
I mean, Graham Barton at center. You had Bucky Irving be your top running back. You had Tyke Smith. Right there. Who else
That's
did you have?
That's got to be in the A range.
Right.
I gave him I gave him that draft class. I gave him a B+ too.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I wasn't a fan of it, but looking back at it now, if I had to regrade it, A-, hands down.
Yeah.
A-, another, and that for all the Jason Light haters out there, well, what was wrong with this year's draft class?
Oh, by the way, Jalen McMillan. So to me, that's an A+ because you get Graham Barton, you get Tyke Smith, you get Bucky Irving, and you get Jalen McMillan. And all those rookies were contributors, and not only contributors, but guys that you're going to depend on for the future. So that's why I kind of laughed, and I was talking to the fan about it, and he said, well, I gave him a B-. And I said, well, would you change that now to an A+? And like, oh, I really don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You got
I want to real quickly. I want to read out a stat here from David Walker.
Go for it. Go read the stat here. Stand by, Tony.
Draft profile here. Okay. So the numbers don't lie. With his final campaign featuring 23 tackles for loss and 10.5 sacks and 55 total pressures. So there you go.
There you go. It's all about pressure. You either fill the pressure. What is it? Either apply the pressure or fill the pressure. By the way, Tony, who's that from?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
John Gruden. That's from John Gruden. That's John Gruden.
I want to say one thing before I hang up.
Yes.
That I was a huge critic of Light for years. I mean, up until 18, 19, I was like this guy. I was so pissed off at him. I was really up because I'm not saying I was a Jameis hater, but and I understood the thinking behind picking him, but there was just some picks and some free agency moves he made that really upset me in those years. But after 2020, I guess it was after he brought Brady. I mean, that 2019 draft was really good,
right?
But I've totally changed my opinion of him, and I have a lot of respect for him. And I have to admit, prior to 2020, I was not a big fan. So.
Well, I think there's a lot of fans out there, Tony. We appreciate the call, my friend. I want you to do one thing for me, though, because you haven't called in a while. I want you to do this. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. And I want you to say it as loud as you can on the phone. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Bring your passion. Bring
Bring
your
your excitement.
excitement, but just don't bring your nonsense.
Do it again. Do it again, my friend. Do it again.
Bring your
One more-
passion. Bring your enthusiasm, but please don't bring any nonsense.
All right, fair enough, Tony.
All right.
Make sure
All
you
right,
call
take
back.
care.
all
You get a
right?
C plus, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, C plus
Thanks a
on
lot.
that. C plus. All right. good
Also,
stuff.
another thing too that Leo
He's got
likes to
second
talk
call
about.
on too. Yeah, I want to read this comment really quick because I love compliments from beautiful women here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. It's the host, Peter Blake, the best sports broadcaster in the Bay. Thank you, Miss Jet. I appreciate that, Miss Jet Sky, getting on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. With that being said, yes, you want to say what Leo has said, and it's all about pressure and getting pressure in the quarterback's face, right? Some color, as he would say.
Oh yeah, I mean, so Leo says it best. A lot of these guys, they got speed, but that's all they got. You can't teach them nothing else. You know, it's just speed. So again, I'm going through his strengths in the scouting report here. Way to go. All right, so possesses.
Well, I know. Listen, I know you're going to get frustrated with this. We got another phone call, and we
Let's
got
do
Ed.
it. I love Peter. I love the phone calls.
All right, so I don't want to cut you off here, Ed. Welcome to the Evolution. All right, I don't know what's going on again, but go ahead, Ed. We'll
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
All right, good. I got wacky internet here. I don't know. Anyways, the reason I called back in
Wait a
because
minute.
I heard the name. I keep hearing Ramsey.
What
I don't
now?
know why people think that we need him. This isn't Madden. You're not gonna,
Well, listen.
I
Listen. I
He's from
understand it.
Florida. He played at Florida State.
Played at
You know,
Florida
that's how
State.
the rumors start. You know,
Yes.
and
Yes.
again, I would bring Ramsey in if it was a 1-for-1 deal with Rams. Well, let me ask you this: would you rather have Jalen Ramsey or would you rather have Jamel Dean?
Well, obviously Jalen Ramsey.
All right, then there you go. You answered your own question. So if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Jacksonville Jaguars come up with a deal, because you said we don't need them, but if they decide to come up with a deal and they said, hey, you know, we're willing, even though the reports out there that the Dolphins are not willing to eat all of the $24 million, they don't want to deal with it at all, which I understand. They want to just let him go. They're rebuilding, in my opinion. But if the Dolphins call you and say, hey, listen, we really want Jamel Dean, we're willing to eat a little bit of this cap space. We'll eat $5 or $6 million with the cap space. The Buccaneers and their front office, even though they lost Spytech and stuff like that, they still do a fantastic job with the salary cap. They could work something out with Ramsey where, you know, they can do things. They know how to make the salary cap irrelevant. So what I'm saying is, if they said, hey, we're willing to do that, we're willing to play ball with you guys, but we want a 5th-round pick and Jamel Dean, you're not going to do that? I would do that in a heartbeat.
Well,
Because at the end of the day,
we lost
Ramsey,
Yes.
we did. At the end of the day, Jalen Ramsey, I think he was still, even though he was hurt, when he played, he was still a top 10 corner in the league. So,
Well, he's definitely an improvement over what the Bucs have, definitely. But I think he's seen his best days. On top of it, $21 million. How much draft capital is it going to cost if he's cut? Maybe that's a situation. But
That's
just
different.
looking at where the Bucs go and what they're doing right now, does that make sense to you? You already have Dean on this team. We know that the defense took a step back when he was, and we'll get out back to the comments in just a moment. But we know the defense took a step back when he was hurt last year. So he knows the defense. He's a veteran. He may get cut eventually if one of these guys overtakes him, especially Morrison. I think Morrison more than anything else. But in the situation you have right now, if you get a Ramsey, then Dean most likely is gone or he's traded.
right.
And then you take away time from a Morrison. I think what you're anticipating here is pushing Dean, either pushing him out or pushing him to be better and to the level where he was, you know, the reason why he earned that extension in the first place, because he was a good corner. We saw him against Aaron Rodgers. You know, he's physical, he's long, he can make interceptions. He has those plays, pass breakups, and we've seen it. We just haven't seen it enough. And then on top of it, hasn't been able to stay healthy. The thing is, if you trade for Ramsey, not only are you going to give up draft capital, not only are you going to pay him $21 million a year, but you also may be taking away the opportunity for these young kids that you drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round. And oh, by the way, Jason Light loves his picks. He loves it.
Yeah.
I get it. Super Bowl windows. Right.
But Peter, you can kind of say the same thing with Jamel Dean being on the team. He's taken away some time. I just think I don't want to see the Buccaneers get greedy here. I think that the team that they have right now, I think Todd Bowles is in a very good situation. But also, I will say this: it's make or break for him this year. It is. I don't think I don't want to put any bad juju out there, but my expectations of this team, I'm not going to put out a win-loss total right now. That's impossible to do. Anybody that's doing that right now, I think they're good for 12 wins as of right now. But my expectations of this team are the same expectations I had last year, Peter, and everybody out there. It's the NFC Championship game. That's my expectations this year. I feel like we could have made the NFC Championship game last year. Unfortunately, we ran into a buzzsaw with Jaden Daniels. Why? Do I think the Commanders are better than us? Absolutely not. It's just we were banged up on defense. That's what it comes down to. That's why I said
couldn't get off the field on third down too.
Yeah, exactly. Like your defense is on the field for 7 minutes. What are you gonna do? You can't do anything. Your offense is not able to cook. And at the end of the day, everybody was kind of calling for his head, but he didn't fumble the football. McMillan and Baker had a miscue. Graham Barton messed up a snap count. Like those are things that really played a factor. But now there's no more covering up. Hey, it's not Bowles' fault. This is Bowles' year to make it to the NFC Championship game. And even if we do and we lose, I still say you keep Bowles just because you can't. And this is what I'm talking about with Buccaneer fans. And this is no disrespect to you guys. But every time we lose a game, you can't fire your head coach because all you're doing is just restarting the process over and over again, in my opinion. Unless you're going to go out and go get a Mike Tomlin, unless you're going to go out and get one of these high-powered coaches, a Nick Saban, which is not going to happen. I mean, if it does, then wow. Or a Bill Belichick or whatever the case is. When you keep calling for these coaches, man, you're basically looking to restart over again. But this is a make-or-break year for Todd Bowles. I mean, I expect NFC Championship game. But as far as Jamel Dean goes, Jamel Dean is a crucial piece, and I don't want to keep rambling on, but I will say this. Jamel Dean is a crucial piece of this defense because I don't know how many people remember, but I watched the games, and if you're a true Bucs fan, you know what I'm talking about. There was a time in his rookie year he got absolutely smoked, and it was an embarrassment. Todd Bowles brought him in, and they sat down and watched film all week long. And then
I know what you're talking about is Seattle. Was it the Seattle game? Who was it again?
I can't remember the game, but I remember he was getting smoked, and it was
DK? Was it DK? Because was it DK Metcalf or was it somebody else?
I think it was Baldwin. I think
you're right. I think it was Baldwin, and it was that Seattle game.
It was killing him.
And it was either that game or Arizona. I think
one of the two, man. And again, he sat down. And he learned, and it was like a father figure almost to him. And what happened with Dean the next game? Balled out, interception, I believe. That's the Jamel Dean that needs to show up, that guy. Whoever this guy is, I get it. It sucks to play with pain. I do construction, man. I blew out my back. I popped my back. And I had to go through some stuff to get it back in place. And you're never the same. It's tough to get up every day and go to work with pain, especially in my line of work. It's very difficult. But you just got to show up. The difference with Jamel Dean is I feel like the fire is kind of out a little bit. Yeah. There's no fire there anymore. But now hopefully the fire, Peter, is relit because you have Benjamin Morrison and you have Parrish in there that are very hungry young Lions ready to take that position. And again, if by any means necessary, if a trade needs to be made, I wouldn't be opposed to Jalen Ramsey coming in here. But it's got to be the right deal. And Buck fans, let's think logically. It's got to be the right deal. You can't just be like, yeah, we're going to take $24 million. No, because you have a young core of defensive backs in there, and their brain and their attitude cannot be tainted. And we all know how Jalen Ramsey can be. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
All right. So, I want to go to the two shot here. I want to read this. In November 2019 games against the Seattle Seahawks, Bucs rookie cornerback Jamel Dean had a challenging performance, being burned multiple times by Seattle receivers. was burned time and time again by Russell Wilson, leading to a 40-34 overtime loss. Of course, being sat down. So there you go. And then he was praised for his interception versus Arizona and Kyler Murray. So I was right about, I remember that game, high scoring game. 40-34 was a fun game, but of course the Bucs lost because their defense and Dean at that point was not good. And ever since then, he progressively got better, and he can be better. Yeah. And even Tom Bowles criticized him last year against the Atlanta Falcons, having some critical mistakes. The first game of the season was not good. And how many yards Kirk Cousins, when you throw for over 500 yards in that game? Just, man, I mean, that's not a Todd Bowles defense. That is not a Todd Bowles defense. Yeah.
It's not, so it is what it is, and we'll see what happens, Peter.
Read these comments here from the Frozen Pirate podcast. John says, I give it a D. They would never be good with this general manager. He made sloppy moves, including drafting Trask number 2. No wonder Tom didn't want to come back. Jason on his way out. Tom didn't want to come back because he didn't think he had any more left in the tank.
He had nothing left in the tank, and he went through a divorce.
We'll get back to Tom Brady in a moment. How's my patch coming, Louie? Says Mike D. Roche there from Canada.
We got so those patches, the ones that I got for my jerseys, they're very official. So I'm waiting to see if the Buccaneers, what their scheme's going to be with the captain patches this year, because sometimes, if you guys noticed, so when I do something, like when I got my captain's patches, they had a bunch of different ones. They had the gold, and they had the red. The Buccaneers do this specific thing. So whatever jersey you have, I found the patches. I'm just kind of seeing my options, because like I said, if I'm going to send you something out, it's going to be the real deal. It's not going to be crappy stuff because that's what I put on my jerseys. I put the real deal stuff on there. So when I find a good batch of them, because like I said, there's so many that you can go through, and they're very cheap. As soon as you iron them on, they peel. They're just not good quality. But as soon as the Bucs come out with their concepts and stuff like that, because I know they got the 50th patch. See, I kind of ruined the surprise. I shouldn't have said that because I'm rambling. But don't worry, Mike. You're gonna get your stuff. Believe me. Once I get them, I have your email in my log right there, and we're gonna exchange some stuff, and then I'll ship it off to you.
All right. Let's go out to Mike again. Shoyanka, good riddance. Sitton says, just go get Jalen Ramsey. If you go get Jalen Ramsey, what are you doing with Jamel Dean at this point?
You got to either cut him or trade him.
Yeah. Right. And then, $21 million.
It's a lot of money, man.
I think they anticipate having Dean on this team because he knows the defense, and then, drafting Morrison for competition. I think that's the plan, but I understand where Bucs fans are coming from. Hey, with you. I think you were saying, hey, go Bucs. All right. Dean played good when healthy. When healthy, he's not able to stay healthy. Phillies lead the Rays 7-0. Congratulations to the Rays. I mean,
they're homeless.
No. They take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, and they're in Tampa. Now, come on.
Wait a minute, Peter. Let's not talk about the Rays, because we all know what happened last time. Even though I thought that was a fantastic episode.
I thought it was too. Some people were just wanting their Bucs talk. I understand that. I get it. But, 7-0. What else is left to talk about? Rays lose last night 8-4. So
that's good enough to suck right there.
That's right, Tom. It is good enough to suck. Good evening, gentlemen, says the tribal troll.
Acknowledge me.
Read that comment already. Thank you, Miss Jet Sky. The stat from Rick Hughes. Ha ha ha. Go Bucs all day long. Go Bucs.
Wait up, little boy. Yeah. Wait up.
Go Bucs. Go Bucs. There you go. Let's go out to John again. Bucs don't win Super Bowls much. I mean, they just.
What team does?
2020. They won more than the Atlanta Falcons, right? They won more than the Cincinnati Bengals. They won more than the Detroit Lions. They won more than the Cleveland Browns. Are we going to continue to go down the list of this? I mean, there's not many teams that win a lot of Super Bowls besides, dynasties like the Patriots, like the 49ers, like the Cowboys. And it's an anomaly. There's a reason for that. But I definitely think Jason Light and this Tampa Bay Buccaneer organization are setting themselves up not only for the present, but also for the future with all the great young talent. Yes.
I will say this too, Peter.
Yes.
Since people want to complain so much, you could be a 49ers fan and watch your team lose in the Super Bowl 2 times to the same team.
Sure. By the way, Bucks 2-0 in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just saying.
2 of them in your lifetime.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You know, as long as you get there many
you could
times.
be a Red Sox fan, like not to bring up the Sox, but I mean, there was people that were Red Sox fans.
28-3. Okay. Tom Brady called. He wanted to know what you were talking about. Let's go out to Curtis. Curtis, welcome to the Evolution.
Peter, can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something.
Tell me.
I'm going to make this quick because I'm elbows deep in some dishes that I'm washing. I'm at work right now.
Well, you always call during work, man. We appreciate that. We really do.
You got to get the AirPods, man, so you don't get in trouble. That's what I do.
I got my beats on right now.
Got your beats. All right.
Anyway, listen. Jamel Dean is a good corner. Okay. The problem is Jamel Dean is never healthy. And what people are not realizing is the defense is one unit.
Right.
If your defensive line is not getting home, the cornerback can only cover for so long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So long.
Right.
It's not like he can grab the receiver. It's not like he can reroute him because if he touches the receiver, it's a freaking penalty.
Of course. You touch a receiver, sneeze on a receiver, trip a receiver.
It's not what it used to be. And honestly, not like I remember watching, because again, growing up in Massachusetts, I remember watching those battles between Ty Law and like Marvin Harrison. Those guys were so physical off the line. And you know how many flags were called? Zero. It was the best player to get the ball.
Well, let's focus on when it changed. Guys, when it changed, here's when it changed there, Curtis and Louie. It changed when the Patriots and Ty Law were able to shut down the greatest show on turf and the Rams with the upset there with Tom Brady's first Super Bowl. That's when they started to change the rules because they wanted to see more offensive football.
Do we not remember how aggressive this Bucs defense was?
Of course.
The Raiders in the Super Bowl?
Yes, of course.
Dwight Smith. Everybody knows Dwight Smith. He was on Jerry Rice's ass the whole game.
Jerry Rice didn't catch a pass until late in the third quarter. Now imagine that in Super Bowl history. And I get it. Rice was not what he was at that point. He's still Jerry Rice.
Playing at a high level, though.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It was him, Tim Brown, Jerry Porter. Nobody could do those. Man, we were on their ass so much they couldn't do anything.
Couldn't do nothing. Yes, agree.
Okay.
Yep.
And guess what? We can't play that brand of football anymore.
Right.
I mean, and I hate to agree with people. We are pretty much playing flag football. We pretty much are.
Talk about that. Yeah. I agree.
On the defense. The defense.
Right.
And guess what? What the hell is a defensive player supposed to do?
Yeah.
You only have so long, especially when you have quarterbacks nowadays that get rid of the ball in 3 seconds.
Right. Exactly.
3 seconds. That's a blink in your eye.
Yep. And that's what it's going to come down to. And I think the Bucs have improved with Reddick and again with David Walker there and Elijah Roberts in the 4th round, improving that, and then having what you got come back there with Yaya and of course Kalijah Kancey.
And before I go, I want
to
touch bases on this. You know, with these new kids coming in. Listen, I respect these new kids. I love the picks. I love all the picks.
Right.
Okay. Really, really do. And I think we get a freaking A+. But anyway,
love it.
These corners are going from college to the NFL. They're still going to have to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what I see is guess what? You don't get too many corners that come into the NFL and are great from the jump.
Right.
They have to learn.
Well, I will say one. And you're going to I'm going to throw this out there. Former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, former New York Jet. How about Darrelle Revis and Revis Island there?
Well, I'm going to say this too. And I hate to say it because, you know, that kid, Patrick Surtain Jr., man, oh my God.
Pretty good.
Best corner in the league.
Yeah.
That kid, man, I'm like
Nasty.
wow.
That's to me right there. I've said it when I was doing the pregame. I said, "Hey, he's challenging us. He like this kid is coming out and saying, "Hey, we're gonna create turnovers. We're gonna punch him in the mouth." And you know what? Guess what they did? They punched us in the mouth.
Yes.
I thought we were gonna steamroll them, and I thought Surtain was a guy that I wanted the Buccaneers to get, but unfortunately they weren't picking that low. But
Right.
there was a point where I thought he would have been available because because Sean Payton was blowing everything up, and I was like, man, if we can get Surtain, that's a guy that you give up a first and a second for, and look what he's doing. Right now, if there was like bad blood and he said, I want out of here, if the Buccaneers offered 2 first-round picks for him, I would absolutely take that in a heartbeat. Patrick Surtain Jr. he's a different breed of corner, man. Like he shuts down the other side of the field. That dude's a beast.
Curtis, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this team.
Phone line's busy today, huh, Peter?
Stand by, Curtis. Hold on. Abraham, we'll come back to you in a moment after we finish up with Curtis, all right?
All right, got it.
Stand by. All right. Curtis, go ahead and finish up, and then we'll get out to the legend, Leo Haggerty.
Yeah, I'm going to let you guys go, but I'm going to say this. I'm going back to what you guys were saying to one of the previous callers.
Right.
Listen, your freshness in your rotation on your defensive line is going to make a huge difference, okay? You don't want Vita and Yaya and all of these guys playing 50, 60 plays a game. Like, they're killing these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then the corners.
Well, you got to get your defense off the field too. You can't have your defense on those long drives.
And we were so thin at corner last year, safety, that these guys were forced into playing all the time.
Right.
And the last thing I'm going to say is I'm really interested in seeing how Shiloh's going to fit in this defense.
Yeah, I'd be curious to
Curtis.
Here's him. Good. Curtis, don't work too hard, my friend. All right, we appreciate you. All right.
Take it easy.
Yes, take it easy. Let me get out to this guy, and then we'll get out to Abraham here. Let me swap phones here.
Book him, Dano.
Let's go out to the legend himself, former coach, scout, and now media member of Night Sports Productions and Amped Up Sports, Mr. Leo Haggerty. Welcome to the Evolution as the phone lines are packed up tonight. Tell me, how are you doing on this happy hump day edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend?
Hump day. I'm doing fine. And you know what, Peter, I'm glad somebody brought up the Denver Broncos game because that was a microcosm of what the Bucs' problem. They couldn't get any pressure on Bo Nix, and he looked like an all-pro.
Yes.
That's the whole difference right there, is you've got to get pressure. And I'll tell you what, I still think Watson's going to play a big part in this game.
I think he will too.
Yeah, he just makes you double team him. And, you know, you that means you're going to single block Vita? Not a chance. All of a sudden now, these edge rushers are going to be one-on-one, and that's huge.
Yeah, it is huge. Let's go out to the phone lines here. Welcome to the Evolution. Welcome to your second call here, Abraham.
Yeah, so I like to add to what Leo just said. I like the fact that Watson's on the squad, and if he can slim down and make the squad, he beefs up that middle. And it's like you will have a dominating presence in the middle like they had when Vita and Sue was there. Sue was nasty, and Watson is a nasty run defender. I mean, so I mean, he's very athletic for his size.
Really quick here. Hold on, Abraham. Leo, I've been told by people in the know that he just can't meet. Are we overselling this guy, or does he really have a legitimate shot to make this team with his weight loss? And do you think the Bucs have a plan for him going forward to where you have him playing, like you said, 12 to 15 plays, especially when it comes to the tush push or playing against the run? Does he really have a chance to make this team?
Oh, I think he definitely has a chance to make it.
Okay.
And I wouldn't force him to lose a lot of weight either.
Okay.
That's what I said.
You got the immovable force and the huge object there on defense. Are you going to run at him? No. You run away from size. You run at speed.
Right.
So they're going to run away from him. I'll tell you what, if they can get 15 plays out of this guy, I don't care how big he is.
Yeah.
That's what you want. And I'll tell you what, guys, the Knicks are up 1 with a minute to go. And make that 3 on Boston. They're going to go up 2 to zip here shortly. This is going to be crazy.
That would be a shock. And of course, a special shout out to, and I got to go full screen on this, my boss out there, Mr. Anthony Giuliani, the real mayor of New York, as he is a big time New York Knicks fan. I'm happy for Knicks fans because they have been long suffering when it comes to basketball. Let me go out to the phone line here. Abraham, go ahead and finish your point, and then we'll get out to Mr. Jim there. Damn it, Jim, calling in from Ohio. Go ahead.
I'm going back to Louie regarding Jamel Dean.
Okay.
The thing about Jamel Dean is that he's not available. He's always hurt.
Right.
And the problem is that when there was a trio of cornerbacks, they got Bunting, they got Davis, and they had Murphy Bunting. Murphy Bunting actually started over Dean.
Yep.
Then
diggers.
Dean had a contract year. He showed out, but then after the contract year, he didn't do that well. He just started slipping, and it's like, and then the injury is another thing. I mean, and then they're talking about Jalen Ramsey. He's an overpriced option when you got Seattle Tariq Woolen, who's still on a rookie contract, and he no longer fits that new defense that the coach has, that McDonald or whoever that new coach is.
Yes.
So I would trade for him because his height, he's a ball hawk, he's got good speed, and he's a good complement to Zion McCollum and that thing. So you're loaded at cornerback.
Let's touch upon that really quick because there's been a lot of talk here. Leo and Abraham, we appreciate the call as always, using that second one. Thank you very much, my friend. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go out to Jim here really quick. Jim, stand by. I just want to put this point out there. A lot of people talking about trading for Jalen Ramsey, and my deal is you still have Jamel Dean on this team. And then, turn your phone down. I'm sorry. Turn your phone down there, Jim. We'll get back to you in a moment there. But, you have the talk about Jalen Ramsey and you have Dean on this team. You kind of take away from the younger guys that you drafted into Morrison. So, Leo, I don't think it's possible they're going to trade for anybody at this point. They're going to run with what they have, and they're going to either hope for Dean to be pushed or Morrison to, solidify himself as the second corner. Is that what you agree with?
I would seriously doubt if they add anybody in the back end because they need to add it up front. No pass rush. I don't care who you got back there.
Right.
You're going to get beat.
Right.
So they just have to concentrate. And again, we're talking about a guy in Todd Bowles who knows this. He knows he's got to come up with a pass rush.
Yeah.
Reddick shows up. Watson, do you think for a second they even go down that route if they didn't think they had to improve the pass rush? Not a chance. So,
Not a chance.
They've got to make this happen up front because, again, go back to the Broncos game. You let a rookie just torch you.
Yes.
You can't let that happen because, hey, you're going to be playing the Eagles. You're going to be playing the Lions. You got to get a pass rush.
Oh, yes. You definitely got to get a pass rush. Let's go out to this guy right here waiting patiently on the phone.
Damn it, Jim. What the hell's the matter with you?
Jim, welcome to the Evolution. You're on with yours truly, along with Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. And the other L here, Mr. Leo Haggerty, the legend himself, former coach, scout, and now media member of Night Sports Productions and Amped Up Sports. Go.
Yeah, I called in to ask you guys how many free agents do you think they're going to sign? Play. That they signed.
The undrafted free agents. I mean, there's more than Shiloh Sanders and of course Desmond Watson. There's
a bunch.
Yeah,
you're going to see all these guys start in the preseason, and probably you're going to start seeing these guys on the practice squad too. I think honestly this year for everybody out there, all Buccaneer fans, really pay attention to these guys. Watch the preseason, man. I know a lot of people don't like doing that. They're like, it's the preseason, and then Those games, those are the games that you really get to see if when I watched the preseason this year, and you can ask one of the original forefathers of the Frozen Pirate podcast, my good friend Jay, it was his birthday yesterday, so shout out to him. Happy birthday to him. We talked about this, and I told him on the show, I said, I'm a little concerned about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' depth because nobody in the preseason really showed up. Nobody really wows me. There's not like a couple of guys here on this. Leo, you could probably answer this too. Like, if you're not really seeing much in the preseason, you're not seeing a couple of guys that wow, especially at the corner position. Nobody really wowed me. That kind of concerns me. Does that concern you? Because these guys are all playing for backup roles and depth purposes. So, Leo, what do you think? Does that concern you at all? It concerns
Absolutely.
me.
You got to put splash plays on film. You have to, and that's something that's not happening right now. And again, Peter and I had this conversation about a month ago. Is there anybody in the Buccaneers secondary that scares you right now? No. Nobody. And
I'm throwing the ball all over the field.
Well, listen, I think Zion McCollum, because he's been able to stay healthy, showed some improvements, but you're exactly right. He also had his faults last year. But I think that's improved, Jim, with the pass rush there going back to Reddick and the other guys that we spoke of. Hopefully, Braswell shows out in his second year, much like Nolan Smith did for the Philadelphia Eagles. What else, Jim?
Yeah, I was just wondering. I think they're gonna have to play most of their free agents and their signings. So I'm just looking forward to the year. I was gonna listen to you guys the rest of the way.
Yeah, well, man, we appreciate you. Don't be a stranger as always, and use that second call. All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, man. Good stuff there from Damn it, Jim.
Damn it, Jim. What the hell's the matter with you?
Love that guy right there. Give me an update on the score. By the way, if you want an update on the Rays score here, it's still 7-0. Philadelphia Phillies. Thanks a lot for the Rays to show up at home once again. Listen, I'm going to say this right now. Everybody criticizing the fans not coming out and supporting this team. I get that. But they're not going to come out and watch them lose against the Philadelphia Phillies 8-4. They're not going to come out and watch this team lose 7-0. So enough with the nonsense of criticizing the fan base here and all this other stuff when the team has not performed on the field. It has been a roller coaster ride, but it's been consistent lately when they play at Steinbrenner in their field that they're getting their doors blown off, and fans are not going to show up for that, whether they're a baseball team or not. All right, so Leo,
Peter, can I jump in on that real quick because the Knicks just knocked off the Celtics again.
Wow, 2-0 Knicks over to the chagrin of the roommate
in Boston,
who is
in Boston.
Wow,
games.
That's huge, man. That's huge.
From the Knicks that the Celtics don't have, because the Celtics, listen, I think the Magic gave them everything they could handle. I also think the Magic were very physical. Is that what you're seeing from the Knicks right now in this team being physical with Boston? Because I think they were kind of exposed. And
didn't Boston, the other game, they missed, 41 threes or something like that? Some crazy statistic.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is Boston was down 1, had the ball, and Tatum went for a jump shot. And the guy from the Knicks blocked him. Came off of his man and blocked him. They never got the shot off. It's kind of like game 1 where they threw it in bounds and the guy stole the ball. It's crazy.
Leo, you're so excited that your cell phone is shaking because you're so excited about this.
I'll tell you, well, I'm running out of juice and I had to plug it in. But
I appreciate
I'll tell you what, I didn't think anything could top Cleveland and Indiana last night, but this one just did.
Well,
man, oh man, crazy.
And Indiana won last night, right? Correct?
Yeah. The Celtics need to just attack the rim, man. That they need to just stop being cutesy and just attack the rim. I mean,
you know what, Buck? Give Tom Thibodeau credit because he said we're just not leaving Tatum. He's going to try to take the last shot, and 3 guys collapsed on him. But Peter, I'm going to have to disagree with you on the Tampa fans. You are not sending a good message. And I don't know if you saw Randy Harris's video list. The fact that you are not packing a stadium that's 11,000. I don't care if you say, well, the owner's bad. You are sending a message to Major League Baseball that we don't want baseball here. And if you want to get another ownership group, show up.
Well,
because if you don't, they're going to buy it and move it.
I think they need to bring that same energy, like that for opening day. They need to bring that same energy all the time. And I do agree with you, Leo. They have to bring that same energy because at the end of the day, it's not like the Rays have lost the team. It's not like the city of Tampa Bay has lost the team yet. So at the same time, I get why the fans don't want to come out there. I understand. But at the same time, if you want to keep the team, you have to show up to the games. You know what I'm saying? It's because at the end of the day, you know what's going to happen? They're going to lose the team, and then you're going to end up with a basketball team in 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, they're not losing the team. No basketball team is coming here, and I'm telling you, the reason why the fans are not showing up, the ownership has stayed the same, and the problem is, I get Randy Harris, but Randy Harris is rooting for the Phillies, and that's the problem. Also, you got still fans that are in this area that are rooting for these other teams. I get it; they pay their money, but that doesn't help the fan support either. And again, it goes back to the ownership is not good. It's still the constant thing. And baseball right now is boring at Steinbrenner Field. Nobody wants to go out and watch an 8-4 drubbing by the Phillies. Nobody wants to go out and watch. How many hits tonight do the Rays have? 2.
They had 1 when I turned it off.
2 friggin' hits. 7-0. Congratulations. Nobody wants to see that. I'm sorry. And they get tired of it. And the Rays have done this to themselves over time. The ownership has done that, whether they're in St. Pete, Tampa, Timbuktu, Jacksonville, Pensacola, St. Augustine, Orlando, or Daytona Beach. They go to Orlando for a couple years, and the honeymoon is over if the ownership doesn't spend money and keep their players intact and have some type of exciting brand.
I got to highlight this comment here. A coworker of mine, he's watching the show. Shout out to Nick Russo. I don't know if he's still working.
Right.
I know they put a slab today. Hopefully they're not still working because they started very early.
I went to the Rays game a few years back, and it was like a library in there. Yeah, it's Tropicana is not necessarily the best place to watch baseball. We've discussed that over and over again, but it doesn't help when you've got multiple guys in the lineup, and they're just guys hitting 200 or less. It doesn't help. And there's one thing and one constant only. You have to freaking spend money. And I'm banging the table.
I agree with you, Peter. I do. I agree with you. They do. They have to. It's crazy because I've never seen a team like this before. They're competitive and they just won
so much. It frustrates so much.
They're literally one big hitter away. I don't know why. Again, so I do agree with you. It comes down to ownership. Sometimes you got to stop being greedy, and you just got to write out a check. You got to bring in one of these big-time hitters to bring some excitement to the team. Yeah. Not only excitement, like John Gruden used to say, you got to bring that juice, man.
Yeah,
bring that juice.
All right, let's go to the comment.
Guys, this is the biggest catch-22 going.
Right.
Because, you don't like the ownership. You want to say by not spending your money, you're sending a message that you want a different ownership. The problem is, if you get that, they're moving the team.
They're not moving the team.
I'm an owner,
they're not moving the team.
Peter, wake up and see the flowers.
I'm telling you, my friend. I'm telling you,
it's gone. If they sell this team, it's gone.
I will bet
because there's no place to play.
I will bet you an Outback steak dinner with all the trimmings, my friend. You know how we like it. You know how we like to do. We got to go to, what was it called that you went to just a couple weeks ago that I missed out on?
Black Rock.
Yeah, Black Rock. I'll bet you a Black Rock steak dinner that somebody in the Tampa Bay area buys this team and they figure out how to finance a new stadium, whether it's over at the fairgrounds, whether it's over on West Shore. They will figure it out because they want to figure it out. I will bet you a steak dinner.
Hey, you guys don't have Fogo de Chao out there, do you?
Who?
Fogo de Chao. It's like a Brazilian steakhouse.
Yeah, I think we do. I think we got this.
Listen, this is the guy, Louie. Anytime you come down to Florida, this is the guy you want to get with right here, the legend himself, Leo Haggerty, because you're always eating well from, of course, Amped Up Sports, Night Sports Productions. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex supporter on the Sports Web on a happy hump day. Along with Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast, we always eat well, whether it's out at a steak house or in the press box. We always eat well. Fans are allowed to vent frustration on coach or players. Absolutely, Mike DeRoche. Absolutely. But I'm not going to have fans come on here and say they don't win many Super Bowls when the Atlanta Falcons are still searching for one. The Detroit Lions are still searching for one. And damn it, the Cleveland Browns are searching for one. You want to talk about the Bears? They would like one too. They haven't won one since 1985. So enough with it. All right. Dean gets hurt sleeping. Ha, ha, ha. David. Todd Bowles had the same problem he had when he was in New York. His game management sucks. Well, David, to be fair, he did hire a game management coach from Jacksonville, so he understands that. He calls timeouts when he shouldn't.
Two different situations, though, from now in the New York Jets, because the Jets, that
they were bad.
Even look at them. Yeah, it's two different situations.
Again,
his hands were tied. His hands were tied.
Defense because you didn't have the proper horses. That's the reason why. It's almost like the Rays. You know, Kevin Cash has to run the horses out there, which are most likely a bunch of jackasses because they can't hit over 200, and he has to be creative.
You don't say that.
Well, I'm saying it. I'm definitely saying it. And I know JP would say it.
F you,
yes.
F you,
yes.
F you, and F you. Peace out. I'm going to go have a Guinness.
Yeah, let's go ahead and show up to a 2-hit ball game. That's exciting. Yeah. All right. The patch I want, my Facebook pick, Mike DeRoche. Keep on fighting, my friend. The good fight. Bucks could have possibly 3 Super Bowls if it wasn't for the catch and bird Emmanuel. You could also have another Super Bowl appearance, if not beating the Rams and Cooper Kupp, beating you on the 0 blitz. I know a lot of people.
But you know what, Peter? At the end of the day, we lead our division with more titles. The Saints have one, and outside of who else has anything else after that? Nobody.
Well, I agree, but you got back-to-back titles there. Chris Godwin can stay healthy. If Antonio Brown doesn't go crazy, and Tristan Wirfs can stay healthy. But it is neither here nor there. That is in the past. Bird Emmanuel definitely hurt. That always hurts. Who was a little cornerback that was like Brent Grimes. He's 5'9", wasn't 5'6". You remember Brent Grimes there, Leo, with his wife?
Mika.
Oh, yes, Miko Grimes. Oh, the exciting. Outside the highlight reels, they show up Watson. To me, he's not that good. I watched Sinner snap the ball, push that big boy back 3 or 4 yards before he stood the demo. He's too slow out of his stance. That's why he didn't get an invitation to the combine in my eyes. If he can't put it all together, he would be forced to be reckoned with. If he can't put it all together.
Wait. What is this guy watching?
He was
watching film?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, name me a time this guy got driven back 5 yards. I don't know what he's watching.
Yes.
Because he must be watching somebody else.
Right.
Like I said, about Watson, I don't want to see them slim him down too much. I think 400 pounds, you got to. So the reason why he's so imposing is because of the weight. Unfortunately, when you're going into the NFL, you're no longer playing with children. You are playing with grown-ass men. So I think if he slims down to about 4'10", 4'15", maybe, he still has that physical, imposing, like just strong. He's just big. He's 6 foot, 6'5". Centers in the NFL are going to have a tough time with him.
And you know what, Louie?
Yes.
The kid played at Florida.
Yeah.
So he knows how to play in heat.
Yeah, yes. A lot of people were saying that, Leo. Oh, the Florida Heat's going to get to him. He played for the Gators. I don't think it's going to be a problem. And honestly,
they call it the swamp for a reason up there.
And honestly, we're only going to need him for maybe 15, 20 plays tops. And I think a lot of those plays, you're going to see him in the fourth quarter, third and fourth quarter, because he's going to be fresh. And at that time, man, you mean to tell me a center that's been banging into Vita Vea in the third and fourth quarter wants to see somebody that's 6'5", 415, 420 pounds? I don't think so. You know,
and he's playing right on your nose. He comes out and plays zero technique. The center comes out and looks up and goes, "Oh my God, what am I doing with this guy?"
Yeah, and not only that, running backs are going to want to run away from him. Nobody wants this redwood tree to fall on top of them. Nobody. I don't care what anybody says.
Like I said the other night, what's going to happen if somebody runs the tush push and all of a sudden you tell Watson, step back a yard and let that center come out, let that quarterback come on top and just fall on top of him. 400 pounds going on top of you. I can remember when Ted Washington was playing with Buffalo. He sacked Sean King twice. I'm in the locker room. Sean Kane cannot raise his arms to take his shoulder pads off. He actually had to have somebody take it off. I don't think people realize you got a game plan for this.
Yes.
It's not something you can say, oh, well, if he plays, we'll just deal with it. Yeah, game plan. When he's in the game, you got to run away from him. There's
That's it.
no way around it.
You guys remember Vince Wilfork from the Patriots?
Wilfork, and then also Gilbert Brown of the Green Bay Packers. How about that,
man?
Great,
those are big boys, man, and they weren't. There's a reason why those Patriot defense was so good at shutting down the run and so good at putting pressure in your face. You want to know why? Because Vince Wilfork was just a lot of manpower.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
and athletic too. All right, David says, I think the problem with Jamel Dean, he's a man corner. We run too much zone plays. Why do the Bucs run so much zone? You've been a coach.
You don't get a pass rush, Peter.
Okay. Hey, can you guys see this picture?
Let me see. What did we see here? Yes. Yeah, I see it. Yes.
That's Desmond Watson picking up a running back.
Yes.
All right. Do you see how big that man is?
Yep.
Look at that. So
good stuff there, Louie. Good stuff. Yeah. All right. Let's go on.
I'm going to read his report here while you guys are talking.
On Devil Dave said they've been averaging close to 10,000 a game, about 95% for the Rays in Tampa. That's true. That's been true. Everybody getting on this bandwagon. Well, they're supposed to have look, they're losing right now. They stink at Steinbrett in their field. Everybody come, have a reality check. Like I'm so sick of this friggin' narrative by the media here in the Tampa Bay area. I'm just so sick of it. It's so lazy. All right. Sorry, Peter. I'm pushing my button on the Rays. Oh my God. Who the hell cares? Okay.
Oh my God. Who the hell cares?
That's good enough. They suck right there. Sun Devil Dave. Bears had a good run in 2006, but lost two of the best defensive players due to injury, Mike Brown and Tommy Harris. There you go. They would want a Super Bowl in 2006 with Jay Cutler, right? They don't have
a chance.
Right, exactly. Devin Hester with the touchdown, and that's about it at the end of the day. Let me go out to Carl Hardy. Bucs will win their third Super Bowl this year. This defense is much better, and the offense is the best in the league. I love that. I listen, Super Bowl or bust, right, for 2025. I mean, with all the weapons they've added, especially on both sides of the ball, offensively, defensively. We talked about Dexter Jackson, former Super Bowl MVP of Super Bowl 37 for the Bucs when they defeated the Raiders. And he believes that Antoine Winfield Jr. can be the best safety in the game. Now, you look at his numbers last year, not bad, nothing to write home about, not like 2023, but still 60 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 pass breakups, 1 fumble recovery, defensive touchdown on the scoop and score versus the Saints in week 6. Do you agree with Mr. Jackson that he can get back Winfield Jr. to that form like he had in 2023, Leo Hagg?
Absolutely. And again, he wasn't completely healthy last year.
Yes.
And see, this is the thing. The one thing you can't handicap, and I wish we had Harry on to say that, is injuries. When the Bucs won the Super Bowl, their first, they had one guy that didn't start game 1. That was Anthony McFarland.
Right.
He's the only guy. He had a broken arm. 21 of the 22 guys that started game 1 played in the Super Bowl. That's unheard of.
Yes.
You just don't have that.
Yeah. You don't.
But they did. And I'll tell you, Super Bowl or bust, I'll take NFC title game or bust.
Okay.
You got to get to the final.
That's what I said, Leo. Same thing. NFC championship game is my expectations.
Really quick, we'll get out to the phone lines in just a moment. Curtis, stand by. Jeremiah says, everyone, Shadow is here. Thank you, Shadow. David says, I quit watching them tonight, so I don't know if you ever got to my question. How many wide receivers do you think we're going to keep? I'll get back to the moment. But, David, shame on you. What are you doing? Stop watching the Sports Web. We had a Major League Baseball pitcher on the other night. You never stop watching the evolution of Sports Talk Television, right, Curtis?
Crazy.
Second call?
Never. Hey, I'm at work and I'm calling, all right?
Right. Come on, Dave. How many
Appreciate
years
that.
I'm still working right now, all right?
I mean, it's not like we talk Rays every night here. I mean, well, we get passionate about it.
I got a question for all of you guys.
Go for it.
Because I agree with you.
Yes.
I think if this team can stay healthy, we can definitely make a Super Bowl run this year.
Yeah.
Now, Here's what I want to ask all you guys, and this is kind of funny. I just want you to know. How cocky will Baker Mayfield be if he wins the Super Bowl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he would definitely be cocky, but I think that he's changed as a player. He's changed as a man, and
he became a father. That's what changed him.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it changes all of us sometimes.
Sure, it does.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he would definitely have more of a chip on his shoulder, and Cleveland Browns.
I mean,
yeah.
How could you not? I mean, listen. Here's the thing. And I've said this to Peter before, and Leo. I was not sold on Baker. I wasn't.
I know.
I am the first to admit I have to eat. Forget a crow. I'm going to eat a raccoon or a possum.
Roadkill.
This guy has come in, and his moxie and his fire is just what this damn team needed.
Right.
Can I pat myself on the back for this one?
Go for
because it. I can remember when the Bucs signed him, and Peter, you had me on the show, and I said, if you're getting the Baker Mayfield that was healthy in Cleveland,
yes.
Think about this. He took Cleveland to the playoffs. They flat out destroyed Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh and was one play away from beating Kansas City.
Right.
The biggest mistake he made, not with his teammates, but with administration, is he played hurt. Because he was the best option they had, even when he was hurt.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, everybody soured on him in the organization. He went out. I said, if you get the Baker Mayfield that was healthy, he's a pretty damn good football player. And that's what he is. Here's what scares me, guys. He's never put 3 seasons together healthy.
Right.
And he plays with reckless abandon. No doubt. He's playing every play like it is last. But sometimes, you got to throw the ball to the tuba just to play the next play. Sometimes you got to surrender and fall down just to get to the next play. I'm just hoping that when we get to week 18, he's still under center. That's huge.
I agree
hope
with
so
you
too.
on that.
I hope
And
so too.
another offensive coordinator, I think that's the biggest question of this offense. It's not the talent. It's the fact, can Godwin come back, and can they transition with the new offensive coordinator and Grizzard? Go ahead, Curtis.
But you know what? I'm going to say this.
Yes.
I think the offensive coordinator is huge, but I think that the chemistry he has with these teams and these players, it doesn't even matter anymore.
Right.
It doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't because you gotta look at him. He's happy. He's having a good time.
Yep.
Listen, dude. Listen, when I played football, it was some of the best times of my life. I didn't care. I cared if I lost, but I was out there having a blast.
Right.
And I was out there with my guys, and I was having a blast. And that's who Baker Mayfield is.
Right.
He's out there, and he's having the time of his life.
Right.
And he guess what? He didn't know where he was going to be when he left Cleveland and Carolina and the Rams. And this guy has come to Tampa and he made a home. And how old is Baker Mayfield?
28, 27?
28, 29 years old, yeah.
But I mean, what a lot of people don't understand is this kid this is how bad of I can't say the word on air here, but a cheese what organization the Cleveland Browns are. And I hate saying that. I don't like disrespecting franchises, but you literally let go of the guy who brought you your first effing playoff game win. And how many years for what you have now? Buddy, that's a bad franchise. The Cleveland Browns are a bad franchise.
It was hilarious.
The 3 guys you see here right now could run the franchise a lot better than that.
Well, that's true. And again, it's a quarterback graveyard, and a lot of Cleveland Brown fans saying, who's the franchise quarterback of this team this year? Nobody knows. They got 5,000-6,000 quarterbacks in that room. You could have had one, and Baker Mayfield, if you just signed them in the first place. But
I don't know, Peter. A lot of Cleveland Brown fans wouldn't like what you just said. So
don't say that.
No, don't say that. Exactly.
Hey,
yes.
Well,
30 in March.
You know what, guys? What's the over-under for Cleveland wins next?
Watson.
Hold
Any
on.
idea?
Hold on. The over-under for wins?
Wins for the Browns.
I'm on the radio. Hey, listen. Cleveland decided
4 or
to
5.
give up.
I'm taking the over, guys, right now. If it's 4 or 5, because guess what? On the other side of that football, that's a darn good football team on defense.
Oh, defense. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would agree with you there, Leo. Damn good defense.
Listen, it's a Tony Dungy situation, right, guys? Your defense can only do so much. Eventually, your offense has to score some points. And when you have 5,000 quarterbacks, most likely you don't have one. Who knows who the quarterback? Joe Flacco is the quarterback. Dylan Gabriel? I'd rather have Peter Gabriel at this point.
You know what I like? I know what I like what that kid did. He just grinding Shador's gears, man. We ain't taking that number 2, saying, no, I'm taking 2, and then Shador's going to wear 12. I'm going to make a bold statement, though. As much as the bull crap that Shador says and does, in some ways, I do feel bad for the kid.
Curtis, appreciate the call. Call back if you want to.
Yeah,
right?
appreciate you call, Curtis, as always. Always a good time talking to Curtis.
It is.
I will say this. I think by week 8, week 9, we're going to see Shador. He might lose that first game, but I have this funny feeling. I don't know why. I just have this weird, funny feeling, man. I think he's going to tear it up for the Browns. I really do.
They're a mess.
You know what, guys? Let me throw this out at you.
I think it's a disaster, by the way. It's a disaster.
No, Peter, it's not, because
no, they got a good fundamental on defense. Like Leo was saying, I do like what they did on defense. And I'll go ahead and say it. A former player that we had here, Joe Tryon-Shawinka, for everybody out there that's been listening to me on the Sports Web and on the Frozen Pirate podcast, even to Joe Tryon-Shawinka has talent. It's just he's not playing in the right system. I think if he played as a defensive end, and now he's with Myles Garrett, you're going to see a different type of Joe Tryon-Shawinka in Cleveland, and they still have a good defense. So that's what they have going for him. So I would.
Who do they have protecting the quarterback? If you put a rookie quarterback in there, it's not going to be
Peter,
good. Nick Chubb is not there anymore.
Yeah, but Shador on the run, Shador, his accuracy was one of the best in college.
He's going to be running for his life.
Yeah,
is he going to be running more than Caleb Williams did? Probably not.
Well, listen, Caleb Williams put up a lot of numbers, but also Caleb Williams got the crap beat out of him. And that's going to ruin a quarterback. And that's exactly what Cleveland always does with their quarterbacks. And whether they put in Sanders or Flacco, they just don't have the pieces. They're looking at, I think they're looking at less than 4 or 5 wins.
Could get cut too.
God, no.
We don't know that. He was only a 5th round pick. He could get cut too, and he can just say, you know what, the hell with this, I want out of here. We don't know.
You know what, guys? On that note,
yes,
I'm going to throw this out.
Throw it out.
You think he actually tanked the interview with the Giants? Because if I'm Sanders and I'm looking at what happens to quarterbacks that go to New York,
right?
I don't want to go there.
Well,
I am going to tank that interview. Why do I want to go play for a I think the Giants are a worse organization than the Browns. That's scary.
It's a quarterback graveyard for the Cleveland Browns. So I think, you're looking
at. And what is it in New York, Peter?
Well, I think, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I think the Giants.
Hold on. I think it comes also back to Deion years ago. I think there are still some owners and still some football people that hold that against Deion, and that's the reason why they drafted this kid in the 5th round. I think it comes down to that, and that they don't want that. And if you're drafting a rookie quarterback, it's tough enough for that rookie to transition into that team in the first place.
Right.
But then you got Deion off the field, and you got to deal with that. I just think there are so many factors to it for a guy that is not Caleb Williams. He's not as athletic as Caleb Williams. He's not as accurate. I mean, the stats show, but then again.
Oh, Peter, hold on. Don't go down accuracy land.
Well,
he is much more accurate.
Well,
than Caleb Williams ever was.
I think, in my opinion.
Statistics show he may be more accurate than Caleb Williams, but why is he so accurate? Because he's in an offense where you're throwing the ball, you're throwing screen passes. I get it. A lot of teams said, the reason why you're not drafting Sanders is because basically you're a stat compiler, and Sanders is the one who did it in the first place on that team to make his kid look good. I get it. Those are the numbers they show, but there's also a reason for it. They see his athleticism. They see him holding the ball too long. They see him not being able to.
Whoa, Peter.
And then on top of it, Leo, 13-12, and I believe 1-8 versus ranked opponents. You look at level of competition. We're looking at level of competition for quarterbacks. That definitely came into play for these teams. He may be very talented. He may have a chip on his shoulder and may shock the world. I don't think it's happening with the Cleveland Browns. That is a dumpster.
I agree with you there, Peter. But I think real quickly about the Giants, I do think the Giants do have some talent on the team. I think the problem with the Giants is they have a coach and a GM problem in New York.
Correct.
And I'll leave it at that. As far as Shedeur Sanders goes, I mean, again, to go back a while back ago, and that's why I tell everybody here on the Sports Web, make sure you tune in every Monday, every Wednesday, and like and subscribe to the YouTube channel turn on those notifications because you never know who's going to jump on the show. Like we had Seneca Wallace. Seneca Wallace, Peter, was talking about this. It's a lot of the times it's the offense that's not tailor-made for these quarterbacks. Like when I asked him the question, why a lot of these quarterbacks coming out of college with high profiles failing? What's going on? What is it? Times of the NFL? Are they not prepared? And he said it best. It's to the grin of a lot of these teams that draft these quarterbacks, the offensive schemes and whatever they got going on is not tailor-made for these quarterbacks in specific. And they try to take these quarterbacks, not these words he was just saying, I'm just refreshing everybody. That a lot of the times the system fails them, RG3 and so et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like Jameis Winston, same exact thing. The system doesn't work for them and they try to change and retool these guys.
Yeah.
For me, Shedeur Sanders, if you were to put him on the Buccaneers, I'm going to say, hey, this kid's going to tear it up. But if you were to put him on, I think he has a lot of not a lot, but it's like clownting Mount Everest right now on the Cleveland Browns. But I will say this. I'll say that to say this. If the Cleveland Browns can play really good defense with the lack of offense that they have, I think Shedeur could really help anchor that team and really help that team to some very ugly wins. It won't be pretty, but if he's got grit and he's got toughness and he can get back up after getting hit, I think he'll be just fine. I'm telling you right now, I'm interested to see this AFC North division because the Steelers are not really threatening. Obviously, you have the Baltimore Ravens,
Cincinnati Bengals.
Cincinnati Bengals are a question mark too. So we don't know because they did nothing to address the defense. They did nothing to address the defense. They spent $154 million on 3 guys.
Yes. All right. Let me go out to Joe Sway here. Joe Sway, welcome to the Evolution. Guys, what is it tonight? Guys, you got to turn down if you're going to call in. I appreciate the calls, but we got to have some semblance of sound here. I can't hear you. Joe Sway, are you there? All right, you gotta call back. I can't deal with it.
Yeah.
Like I can't deal with that. Like, come on, man. Like you turn your phone down or do something, pull over. I mean, I appreciate
go to a quiet place, right?
Yeah,
Peter?
come on, guys. Do the right thing here.
Purchasing your phones at I don't know, 7-Eleven. I don't know what the hell is going on with the Wi-Fi. The phone
7-Eleven.
Yes, 7-Eleven. I did go there. We're on with Leo Haggerty.
Hey, Leo.
Yes.
Leo. So me and Peter were talking about this earlier. So David Walker, the kid that the Buccaneers drafted. What's the one thing that you say? Because I think this kid's going to be special too. What's the one thing that you say about these pass rushers that everybody's so high on, but all they have is speed? What can't you do with those type of guys?
Well, what you got to do is figure out what they have to do. And again, they're all speed rushers because in college they're able to do that. Now you're going to go against the 32 best tackles in the world, not just in college, but in the world. You've got to develop, and I think this all comes down to coaching. You've got to develop a multitude of moves. You got to develop a spin. You got to develop a rip. You got to develop a bull rush. You got to develop any type of rush you could get. Swim, rip, bull, spin. Those are the 4. Speed works. You got to be able to sell that. But when that just doesn't work, what do you got to do? And that's the biggest problem you got. You got to extrapolate that down the road.
Oh, listen to you.
I know, yeah. And that's the biggest problem.
Extrapolate.
Edge rushers are the hardest guys to determine because a lot of them have to change their game completely. If you see a guy in college that's a speed rusher and all of a sudden he uses a swim move or he uses a rip move, hey, guess what? This guy knows how to play. Makes it a lot easier on general managers, but they don't like to make it easier on general managers. I tell you what, guys, what the Bucs need to think about, and again, how am I going to beat the three teams in the NFC South? That's the only thing I want to worry about. I want to win the division.
Right.
Second thing is, how am I going to beat the Eagles, the Rams, and the Lions? Because those are the three they're going to have to play during the season. So they're going to get a look at all these teams, which is great. Come up with a game plan. And I think they will. But the biggest problem is right now, you just can't factor in injuries. Baker Mayfield has to play every game. If you got to put in Trask, you got a problem.
Right.
You got to be able to protect your quarterback. And I think they got to do a sales job on Baker and say, hey, look, we love your competitiveness. We love how hard you play.
Right.
But you got to protect yourself.
Right.
Because I can remember Cam Newton in the Super Bowl. Remember the fumble that he started to jump on and he backed away and everybody said, no.
Yes.
That's because he was told never jump on a fumble.
Well, listen, I will take this a step further. It's the game the very next year. I believe it's the first game versus the Broncos, where the Broncos and he's being a runner and they're going helmet to helmet. And he was never the same player after that. I mean, he took the hits. And listen, if you're going to be a runner, you're going to set yourself up. But you're exactly right. You got to protect yourself, as Baker would say this.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
You would say get your weight up and run on 3rd and 4th down. And you love that about Baker. And you love the fact that he trucks, the linebacker from the Commanders. But, of course, you don't want to have an injury. You don't want a shoulder injury, especially with him putting his shoulder pad down. Leo, hold on a minute. I want to get back out to these comments here. Stand by with that. Tim says Toronto just beat the Panthers 4-3, so maybe Toronto's year. I hate the Florida Panthers. I'm not rooting for them. I don't care if I'm in Florida at this point. Baker is the man. Dude, is Terry Bradshaw tough? I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Stop there. You agree with that? You watch Terry Bradshaw. Is that what you think of when you see Baker Mayfield? I always say Brett Favre.
He's somewhere in between.
Okay.
Somewhere in between Brett Favre and Terry Bradshaw. Yeah. I mean, this is the guy who, you want to hook your wagon up to.
Sure.
But you got to remind him that if that wagon gets broken down, he ain't going to play.
Right.
So it's hard because you got to remind him of that. And you hate to do that, but you got to think, I got to play 17 games.
Yes.
And he's got to keep that mentality. He's got to keep that. Because unless Trask metamorphosizes himself and becomes the guy that they hope he becomes.
Oh, the good one.
But I still think the Bucs are going to bring in another quarterback. Because the fact that, you drafted the kid, but you never gave him any playing time.
I got one.
Michael Pratt. That's
same. You're in the same game there, Peter. A guy who has very few real life when the bullets are flying experiences.
True. They like him though. They like him. Jason likes him. They talked about
they like the kicker Aguayo too. What happened there?
Yeah, that didn't necessarily work out. That's what Tom thinks about that. All right. Let's see here. Cole, CSB brother, says Grizzard is the key to it all. Raina says he just turned 30 in March. Thank you, Raina. Appreciate you as always. David says, Mr. Leo, I'd like to know your thoughts on my theory. I feel if you don't have a pass rush, you have to have dominant safeties back there. They will make your defense look better than what you are. It goes back to it. Hassan Reddick, what you have there and what you drafted, I think they have a great opportunity, especially with Reddick being the guy who's been able to get it done and also hungry for a contract, right?
Oh yeah, hey, money talks and BS walks.
Yes, it does. There you go.
But you know what, guys? I want you to go back. Who's ever listening?
By the way, did you extrapolate that when I said that?
No, I metamorphosized it.
There you go.
I'm gonna use that word tomorrow.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? Go back to Leo 101. If a quarterback can throw it where he wants to, when he wants to, and to whom he wants to, I don't care if you've got an all-pro secondary.
Yeah.
You're getting beat. Bottom line, it all comes down to the pass rush. Go back and look at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Carter and Davis determined the outcome because they forced Mahomes to look at the pass rush, because they put color in his face. As Ron Jaworski has preached to us, that's the quarterback's worst fear, and they made Patrick Mahomes look pedestrian. Name me anybody else who's done that. Oh, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when they won the Super Bowl.
Correct.
But when you go back even further during those Patriot dynasties, who was on top was statistic-wise? Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison. They would wow the season. Oh yeah, it's there. Yeah, then they get to Foxborough. You put some navy blue in Peyton Manning's face, and Peyton Manning, we all know he was a guy, he could put the ball any way he wanted on that football field. You put some blue in his face, and what happens? Interception here, interception there. Pass rush matters, man. You could be untouchable. You could have another prime example. Patriots Giants Super Bowl undefeated season. Tom Brady, arguably his best year. What happened? Big blue came in his face, and they just sacked the hell out of him.
Strahan, OC, Tuck.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to think.
Defensive line.
Cofield, I believe it was his name. Cofield. They had a rotation at that point.
All I remember was that bullcrap Tyreek Hill catch that kind of really did it, and I was just like, and against Rodney Harrison too. I was just like,
Tyreek Hill, David Tyree.
I said Tyreek Hill.
And you know the funny thing about that, guys? It's amazing they let that play go, because it looked like Eli Manning was in the grasp and they let it go.
Yes, they did. Yeah. All right, I got to ask you, because speaking of Bill Belichick, is that interview with the 60 Minutes. He's taking over UNC. You're his age. He's with the 24-year-old.
I beg your pardon.
He's a little bit old. He's a
couple. No, I think I'm older than he is.
Okay, so listen. How people are looking at this right now. I mean, the optics are he's with the 24-year-old girl that's basically telling him what to do during the interview. Do you think he can be successful with UNC? What do you think of this relationship overall? I got to ask you, man. I got to get the perspective from the older gentleman, if you will, the legend himself, Leo Haggerty.
I guarantee you she won't be on the practice field or the game field with him. And again, guys, if you haven't seen the interview, go to YouTube, because it is cringeworthy. Literally.
Listen to you.
You're sitting there and you're looking at this 24-year-old kid. Let's be real here. That is preaching to the God of coaching. And, a lot of people came out and said, if that was the PR director, they would be doing the same thing. Well, guess what? She's not the PR director.
Yeah. Right.
And you wanted to sit there and just say, woman, shut up.
Right.
It's not your interview.
It's not. Yeah. I mean, they're talking about each other, and he got asked, how did they meet? I mean, where did they meet? They meet on a dating website? It happens, guys. It's 2025.
I don't know. Supposedly, I heard about this being up here in Massachusetts.
Was she on Instagram as a model? I mean, that happens too.
I have no idea. I think something about she was cheerleader for the Patriots, and I don't know. There's so much. You know what? Next episode we should do this story. We should kind of take like 5 or 10 minutes because it is interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna dig up some research on this stuff. But I mean, honestly, I never really liked Belichick when it came down to Brady and Belichick. I always said, a lot of that had to do with Brady, but I mean, it takes two to dance. So you got to give them credit. But I will say this. watching Bill Belichick leave that house at 6 a.m. with no shirt on, I was just like, you know what? Good for you, Bill. Good for you. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. Living your best life. The Patriots haven't won a football game. You're about to get fired. Good for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Good for him.
Hey,
All right.
Louie, I got a question. Where in Massachusetts are you?
So I am in Fall River, Massachusetts, the home of Lizzie Borden. So real quickly, not too many people know about this, but if you look at the Frozen Pirate podcast logo, it's very similar to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers logo. But the only thing that's different really is a little modification to the skull. And instead of 2 swords, I have 2 axes.
Lizzie Borden took an axe.
Lizzie Borden, that's exactly right. So yeah, I'm from Lizzie Bordensville. And that's
Well,
what the 2 axes are.
We got to do a football camp. I'll be up in Dartmouth, Massachusetts, which I think is at the other end.
You're going to be in Dartmouth, Mass? That's 15 minutes down the road from me.
Oh, we're getting together then, buddy. Hey.
I'm going to take you. I'm going to take you. Listen, I'm going to take you down to where I'm at, where I live. I live 2 minutes away from a bar called the Tipsy Seagull, which is a bar on the water. Mm-hmm. And then there's a Pier 52, which is right on the water. And then if you like drinking beers, like really good beers, there's a brewery. Like this is all 2 minutes walking distance from my home.
Well, you know what?
You let me know.
You pack in July 16th to the 18th because I'll bring you down to football. You come down to football camp and you can see how we run that. And then you and I will go out and party.
What's the ages for the football
make sure
camp?
We call Peter Blake and say, hey, Peter, guess what? You're missing the party.
Missing the
party, kid.
I'm always
Leo. Real quickly, what's the ages for the football camp? Because my nephew
7 to 17.
All right, so my nephew, he's gearing up for his freshman year of football, and this kid was very scrawny. I gave him a little bit of a regiment because he was interested in playing football. He did 1 year of 4 of the Falcons. He really bulked up. I swear, this kid had a growth spurt. He honestly, I say this to him, and I have him watching film. I have him watching highlights of this guy. I said, you remind me, when I look at you, I see a football player because of his build. And he's very hungry to work, very eager to work. He just, for some reason, I don't know what it is. I'm not just saying this because he's my nephew, but he reminds me of Mike Allstott, the build, just bulky up top, the neck, and he's playing running back. I'm getting him into running back, and it's just, give me some details on that stuff, and I'll get him over there.
Go to Sports International Football Camps and click on the Dartmouth one. It's July 16. I think it's 17 through 20. But yeah, and if you have any trouble, just email me or text me, and I'll send you all the info.
All right, let's see the rest of these comments, and we'll bring in the lefty here because they love you tonight, Leo. Let's go out to David here. Do you think Sanders running the ball 100 for 50 yards might drop his value there? I guess the running, the mobility is not there. He's not the most athletically gifted quarterback, and I think a lot of scouts and owners are looking for that guy. And look, you have to be somewhat athletic, especially if you're going to be put behind a garbage offensive line like the Cleveland Browns and most young quarterbacks, because you're going to get your brains beat in. I remember an interview with Bill Walsh, and I believe it was 1994, Roy Firestone, going all the way back up close, guys. Go YouTube it on ESPN. And he was talking about Trent Dilfer, and they were saying, Dilfer is going to start for the Bucs. And he goes, listen, I never start a young quarterback because basically they have to go through getting their brains beat in. And just paraphrasing at the time, when the quarterback gets their brains beat in physically and mentally, they lose something. They start to see ghosts. Talk about that, because Caleb Williams went through that last year. Like any quarterback that's going to be behind that offensive line of the Cleveland Browns may go through the same thing. I don't know what's worse. Is it I actually think the Giants will have more wins because they have a veteran quarterback. They have Malik Neighbors there. They have some weapons at the running game. I think they're going to be better than the Browns. The Browns, for me, offensive line-wise, I think you can get a quarterback killed. No wonder you got like 5,000.
But you know what, Peter? They got the right guy if Sanders starts, because he's a catch ball, throw ball. Like you said, he throws a lot of screens, a lot of checkdowns. You know who he reminds me of? Brad Johnson. And Brad Johnson had a pretty good career here, throwing checkdowns and quick ins and quick outs. I'll tell you what, I would rather be in Cleveland than with the Giants, because guess what? The Giants got to play the Eagles, the Redskins, and the
tough
Cowboys.
division. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
twice.
Listen, Cleveland, you got to play the Pittsburgh Steelers and TJ Watt, which I get consistently. He's not able to stay healthy, but when he's healthy, that Steeler defense is something to be reckoned with. You got the Baltimore Ravens, and you got the Bengals, and you got the rest of the AFC at the end of the day with Kansas City. I believe they play Kansas City. I'm not sure.
The Bengals got Luka defense. They can't stop dead people.
Well,
yeah, that defense is horrible. So for me, with Shador, I think as long as he learns not to fall into the Jameis Winston trap of trying to make something work every play and trying to be Superman, learn to live to fight another down, throw the ball if it's not away, or look at the check down, or just throw the ball away and live to fight another down. And I think once he grasps that concept and once he sees that, because there's really no pressure on him this year, regardless of what anybody's saying. And again, like these places like First Take and all these other sports medias, like they love and they thrive on this stuff. It's like, look, this year is a growing process for him right now. And like I said, as long as he sticks to who he is, as long as he stays quiet, watches film, tries to learn the snap counts, learn just everything, and just learn to throw the ball away when it's not there, I think he will stay alive, and I think he'll have a decent year, a decent rookie year. I expect him to shock a lot of people this year. I honestly do. Like as much as I didn't like the stuff that he pulled in the draft, hey, that's again, if that's what he wanted to do, that's on him, because I think any team that's willing to draft you, it's a blessing. It's to listen to your name called in the draft by any team, even if you don't want to play there. Just to have your name called and being drafted by a team is huge in itself. I think he's going to learn the humbling process in the NFL. But like I said, as far as fundamentals goes, as long as he learns to throw the football away, look for his checkdowns, he will not take the punishment that he will get. And in this day and age, it's not the same as far as the physicality. When you hit the quarterback, you're gonna get flagged. So.
All right, let's read these comments from Jim. It could be as simple as Shador would have gone no better than the fourth round in a strong quarterback draft. That could explain most of it. David says, didn't Dion and his son on social media basically tell 27 to 28 teams that they're not ever going to go there, private workouts? So you don't think that rubbed a lot of teams the wrong way? Yeah, of course it did.
But that's a lot of he said, she said stuff. I mean, is there any truth to a lot of this stuff?
There is. I think there, I mean, you look, I go back to the Colin Kaepernick situation. It rubbed a lot of teams the wrong way. And I know the owners collude in this. They also probably colluded on this. They didn't want Dion in that locker room. They didn't want Dion a part of that organization. They didn't like Dion and the way his son went about themselves, carried themselves as a quarterback. Remember, this is one of the toughest positions to draft, Leo Haggerty and Louie. And the reason why is because you got to get a guy that's not only going to be your face, going to be your leader of your locker room, but also there's the highest bust rate, whether you draft him in the first round or not. And that's the reason why they may have not drafted in the first round. And also because they just wanted to make a point. I mean, the owners have done this before. Why would they not do it again? Especially with the guy that's coming in and has proven nothing. Like Tom Brady. I thought Tom Brady and the Raiders would have taken a flyer, even though they got Geno Smith, because Tom Brady. But guess what? They didn't even draft him. Why? What is that?
Yeah, you remember the draft night when we were doing the show? That was my whole thing. Like you were talking, I was just like, all right. And you could hear me on that show saying, all right, this is a possibility. The Vegas pass. And then that's when we started talking. I'm like, hey, Peter, this kid might fall into the second round.
Right.
Surely the Browns will take him. And we did the show for the second and third round. Nothing. We were shocked.
Let me ask you, Leo. You're in the league circles there. You've been before. You've talked to general managers and organizations before. Do you think there's certainly a possibility that owners said, you know what, we're going to teach this kid a lesson because of his father and because of all the stuff that was off the field?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because you don't pass on talent.
Okay.
But with that being said, I can guarantee you that this was an owner's decision. It was go back to Randy Moss. There were some teams, and the Bucs were one of them. Randy Moss wasn't even on their draft board.
Right.
for whatever reason, call it what you want, but you do not want your backup quarterback to be the entire conversation of your team. And that's basically why they said, okay, if Shador is not going to start for us, why do we want him there? And I'm blaming this on the media because I'll tell you what, the first question is going to be every time Cleveland loses a game and he's the backup, when is Shador going to play? And you know what? Teams don't want to. And I tell you what, they had Julian Edelman on today on Colin Cowherd, and they asked him a question basically about this. And he said, I guarantee you some of those veterans, if he hasn't figured this out, is going to come up to him, hey, be seen, don't be heard. And that's what's going to happen. And again, I tell you what, this is crazy. Remember when Jameis he got suspended for the first couple games because of that incident with the Uber?
Yeah.
Well, they finally made him available. And they said, are you going to go interview Jameis? I said, I don't interview third-team quarterbacks.
Wow.
Bottom line. Because you don't want to make that the conversation. Wow. And that's what it's going to be. There's going to be a line behind his locker, and if the Cleveland Browns don't step up, you're going to have another situation that you had with Ryan Leaf out in San Diego.
And that's what I'm saying. It is a disaster. He is the worst thing for that organization because that organization is absolute. They don't get it. They don't.
I think, in my opinion, guys, I think Shador should. I think the Vegas Raiders should have went and grabbed him, and he should have played right behind Geno Smith. I think that would have been the perfect fit for him. Vegas or even the San Francisco 49ers, one of the two. I just think the whole Cleveland situation, I hope he does well. I just think, again, this is the prime example of what Seneca was talking about. This is not a good place for him. And again, like what you're saying, Leo, you don't want your third or fourth string quarterback to be the topic of conversation every week.
Tim Tebow all over again.
Yeah, it's not a good. It's definitely not a good look. But real quickly, Leo, before I forget this, before you go, so we talked about, again, when I asked you the question, you said, the speed rushes. That's all they got is speed. So this kid, David Walker, I got a good scouting report for you. Because we all know there's a lot of players that come in here, defensive ends, outside linebackers, edge rushers, whatever you want to call them. They got speed, and that's it. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka being one of them. But here's a positive note. On a positive note, David Walker, the guy that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted. Scouting report strengths. Possesses ferocious hand usage with development toolbox, including two-handed swipes, rips, swim moves that create separation despite length limitations. What does that tell you, Leo?
Tells you the guy's been coached. That's what it tells me. Because they've realized that, okay, he's not going to be able to speed rush every play. So let's have him come up. And the first thing you teach a defensive lineman that's got a hand in the dirt, get your hands on the offensive lineman quickly. And because the first thing the lineman's going to do is he's going to try to knock it off.
Sure.
Right.
But if you can get your hands on him, you can direct them. And again, I'm shaking the phone, but that's what's happening. You got to come up with these guys. That's why I think Braswell is not going to have as bad a season as he did last year, because no matter how much film you watch, until you get out there and experience how fast this game is, it's unbelievable.
Oh, God.
And, I mean, I was on the sideline when we were allowed down there. Michael Vick, I asked Rondé Barber, when is Vick at full speed? He said, second step.
Wow.
He said, that's unheard of. I said, yeah. I said, and then I got out on the field and saw how fast this guy was. And before I'm getting ready to call a left-hander, but I got to tell this story.
Tell it.
My son Sean and I were up at the Gator Bowl. Virginia Tech playing Clemson, right? when Virginia Tech was in, I think, the Big East back then, or whatever it was called. Michael Vick goes 75 yards on a broken play, right? And he basically outruns the entire Clemson team and the referee. And you can see this referee trying to keep up with Vic, who's 30 yards down the field. Vic passes him in about 20 yards. And there's this guy from the Greenville News, this old curmudgeon reporter, just looks around, and anybody who listens goes, is there a rule in the NCAA that says you got to be an old, slow, white official to refrigerate in this game? And I lost it. We lost it. Because these 50, 60-year-olds are trying to keep up with Vic, and it wasn't happening.
No. Well, but I tell you right now, this guy will never be called a curmudgeon on our show. Mr. Leo Haggerty, the legend, go ahead and promote yourself here on the Sports Web, my friend.
Yeah, you know what? Check the post I just put up today. And it's called, Did This Really Happen? And it talks about how the Cleveland Cavaliers couldn't get a rebound and allowed the Indiana Pacers to run an 8-0 streak on them in the last 57 seconds.
Ridiculous.
Boom. Crazy. Go to Amped Up Sports. We'll be looking at that. And you know what, guys? Have a great weekend. I'll talk to you Monday.
There you go, Mr. Leo Haggerty, former coach, scout, and LPM member of Nine Sports Productions. Amped
Hey,
Up
Louie,
Sports.
we're getting together.
Oh, that's right. It's happening. I'm going to show you a good time.
Sounds like a plan. Take care.
All right, good stuff dude, from the legend.
I can't wait for
that. Yeah, that's awesome stuff. He's awesome. He's absolutely awesome, and he's definitely somebody that you want to hang out with because he'll always feed you. Oh, but
Dartmouth,
yes.
Listen, Dartmouth, Massachusetts is literally 15 minutes down the road from me. So that's when he said Dartmouth. I'm like, oh, it's on. It's on. It's 15 minutes down the road from me.
On like Donkey Kong. Open phone line 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. I don't know who this is. This is a different number. Welcome to the Evolution. What's your name? Where you're calling from? You're on the Sports Web.
Turnbuckle Dave is my new number.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Sun Devil Dave right there. What's going on, boss? What's on your mind tonight?
Great job as usual.
Great job, bud. Great job. You did a great job. Yes.
Louie, you still there?
I'm still here.
Yeah, he's still here. He's listening to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are doing awesome.
Thank you.
Real quick, yeah, all the 8 grades with the Bucks. I mean, look at Ibaka, right?
Hey, listen, did you say end grades?
That's good enough to suck right there.
What did I say?
Oh, I thought you
What did I
said.
say?
I thought you said. Well, I was thinking you saying end grade. Like I thought you were calling the fans, and that's not even a word. I don't think is that
We're
that a
not
word?
talking about
End
deliverance,
grades?
I can't say I've heard that.
We're not in Tallahassee.
I don't know. I went automatically. Yes, it was from Deliverance. They were doing the
Right.
Yes, the remake of Deliverance. There in Tallahassee for you. You told that story.
Kid from Ohio State, A minus.
A minus.
Picture in the run game is a blocker.
Okay.
Morrison's going to be solid. Okay. I know he's got that injury issue, but he's going to be solid.
Yes.
The pickup with Parrish. Excellent. The edge rush from our Central Arkansas. The tweener, they say, from the DL guy from SMU.
Right.
Look, all the outside people, not the Peter Plank and all the, I'm not talking about the homers. All the outside people have the Bucks either A or B. And the guy from Sunday Night Football, I forgot his name. He has the Bucks #1.
Yes.
A+. So look, I mean, I don't know why all these Bucks fans are like saying the sky's falling.
It's because we didn't get the best, we didn't get the big pizzazz. That's what it comes down to.
What do you want, dude?
Exactly. It's like, what do you want?
They want Jahan Campbell. They want
man. Hey, man, I was like that too. But at the end of the day, you got to look at the draft, and you just got to be like, hey, we
Super Bowl every year. You have to win a Super Bowl every year. It doesn't matter what Jason Light does. It doesn't matter what Todd Bowles does. Todd Bowles stinks as a coach. That's what the fans always say. The defense stinks. They play zone too much. Blah 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 blah. So
there was a time when Tom Brady was first year after that New Orleans Saints game. People were saying, "See, we should have kept Jameis Winston." Oh yeah.
Oh, we will get to that in a moment because we got an interesting story with Tom Brady being on the Logan Paul podcast. And Impulsive, we had some comments. Yes, we'll get to that.
He did mention about he are you gonna? I don't know if you're gonna play it, but yeah, he basically says,
Don't steal my thunder here. I got some comments. Don't steal it. Don't steal my thunder.
Since we are talking a little bit baseball,
last
week on April 29th was the 42nd anniversary of the Elia tirade.
Look at you with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Yes. Yes.
Still representing, man. Still representing.
In tribute. Hold on one second.
Yes, go ahead. Go for it.
Go out there and let my players get destroyed every day and be quiet about it for the nickel dime people that show up. The don't even work. They only go out and get a job and find out what it's like to go out there and live. 85% of the world's working. The other 15 come out here.
What do you think?
I love it.
That's
I
good.
think the Rays and Kevin Cash need to do that right now with having 2 hits, and people go, well, the Rays nobody showed up to the game, so we told you so because they couldn't go to St. Pete. They can't support the team. Nobody's going to support the team if you got 2 friggin' hits. Okay, 2 hits.
Well, we need to do a sports web. We have to go out and set up a day to go to.
I feel like freaking Bob Uecker off of Major League. 2 friggin' hits.
Maybe.
And he says 2 effing hits, and the guy goes, you can't say F. And they're like, nobody's listening anyway. It's the same thing with the Rays. Nobody's watching. Nobody wants to go out and see that. Hey, listen, how about this? How about I stay at home and watch the sports web, or stay at home, have my own beer, have my own drink, have my own food, not have to deal with jack off opposing fans like the Phillies or the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's nice and quiet like that, man.
I mean, I'm just like
You're not paying $12 for a beer.
Listen, I'm sociable, but then I'm not. Like, because when I get to, because Dave knows, Sun Devil Dave, we work together at Policy Scout, and we get enough of people yelling at me all day long. I mean, I feel like I'm in a relationship, a constant, perpetual relationship that's awful, like a marriage. I get yelled at every day by every old lady that's 155 years old.
Oh, you haven't been on a construction site, buddy.
Well, there you go.
See yelling.
But listen, I'm getting yelled at, cursed at, threatened with my life. I hope you're right. Exactly. I mean, I got roommates in the background yelling at me that I'm too loud.
Screaming.
I mean, right. Exactly. That's what I got to deal with. And by the time I get to Friday, I'm like, please leave me alone. And I got people calling me and texting me, hey, do you want to go out? No, I don't want to go out. You know why? I want to sit in front of my TV. I don't want my roommate to walk in. By the way, Celtics.
Suck ass.
Right.
They're down 0-2.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah, hey, and real quick, I want to add to that, Peter. So another meltdown tonight, but get this, since 1997 in the NBA, teams are 3 and 1,640 when trailing by 7+ points in the final minute of fourth quarter.
Yes.
So 2 of those wins happened within a week. Indiana's done it twice.
Yes.
In the last 35 years, it's happened twice in the last week. And then I think Boston was they were down. Then they had like a 10-point lead with like a minute and a half.
Yes, you have a minute. You have and my roommate's in the background. He's a Boston Celtics fan. He's like, bring back the great white hope and Larry Bird. You want to bring back Kevin Garnett or Paul Pierce at this point? I mean, I cannot.
I get a bone to pick with Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce actually thinks in his mind that he can outrun Vita Vea.
Well, okay, I don't think Paul Pierce can do that. Okay, but Paul Pierce and the Boston Celtics were at least physical, where they won. You know, Rondo, they won an NBA championship. This team won an NBA championship.
Hey, speaking of that, Louie, you brought up a good point.
Yes.
There's a video.
Hold on,
I'm gonna send
Dave.
a YouTube video to you. Okay.
I agree. I agree. All right, my friend.
All right.
Boston Celtics.
You got to call in, Stevie.
Boston fans are very passionate, man. I'm telling you.
He's very passionate in the background. He's a Boston Celtics fan. He's a Boston fan. He is about to get
Netflix has a great that 2004 comeback. Netflix.
Oh yeah, that was a good docu-series they did.
That was awesome. Real quick though, I'm going to send you a video, Peter, of that guy where a basketball player thinks he's all that, and he was trying to get around an offensive lineman on the court, and the old lineman just shut him down.
I bet. So what were you saying about the point that I brought up that you liked?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. What are you saying here? Hold on, Dave. Hold on, Louie.
I'm lost.
Hold on. What do you say now? The NBA is a mess. And Dave agrees with this.
I don't think it's a mess. Oh, and then another thing, since we're talking NBA, the Wolves coach is upset. He said he sent a bunch of video to NBA because he was upset about Rudy Gobert was pushed and shoved around with his physicality. I'm like, first of all, isn't Gobert like the biggest guy in the court?
That's the NBA now, man. There's no more physicality, and when you do a little
There's
physicality, it's just like
softest
what happened was when they saw Curry got hurt, they thought they were going to have an easy day. Like, oh, Curry's out of the game.
But at least he won
and
a
then the Warriors
championship.
played defense and they shut him down. And Mr. Ant-Man was like 1 for 15 or whatever. Now they're like, oh, they're crying to the NBA. Silver, you got to help us out. Gobert was hurt. It's like play some offense, play some defense. It's the NBA, man. God, and these people just cry all the time. Anyways, are you doing wrestle talk later?
We are doing wrestling talk as the roommate is going crazy in the background.
I'll let you guys go. I'll call back.
Hold on a sec.
Right.
Hold on, Sun Devil Dave. Let me keep you on here really quick because you're exactly right about the NBA in general and everything else. And I would like Kevin Cash to go off on the Rays with the way they played at home lately with like Lee Ilya. Honestly, I would love that. So
yes,
85%
of the world's working. The other 15% come to Wrigley. But I'm going to be there June 15th. And
Okay.
I'll bring something. So
all right,
I'm going to see the Cubs play the Pirates. Got my tickets, and I'll buy you the "Shut Up and Drink Your Beer" shirt.
Yeah, that's it. Shut up and drink your beer.
Drink your beer.
Right. He's going crazy.
Work at the Rays Stadium too.
Well, there you go. And again, I don't understand how people can complain about the Rays and their attendance with the way they're playing and then support an opposing team. And again, that's the reason why. And when I get when I get to the weekend after working so much, I've got 3 jobs. I either want to just stay in my house, watch sports, or get in my car. And if somebody gets in my car and they backtalk me, I tell them to get the hell out, which I can't do my other job. Like I can do here, but I can't do everywhere else.
So Louie, I tell my foreman to shut the F up sometimes. I don't care.
I can't do that.
So Louie,
I try to tell my boss. Listen, we try to tell our boss, or we try to tell the customer. What do we say, Sun Devil Dave? Thanks a lot for wasting my time.
Thanks for wasting my time.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
we get suspended. Yeah,
have a nice day.
Yeah, have a nice day.
So Louie, real quick, I know you're Pats and Bucks, right?
No, I'm just Bucks. Right. Never been Pats. My father, who's no longer with us, he passed away a while back ago. He was a big diehard Patriots fan. He was always disappointed that I liked the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So ever since 1995.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, since 95, Sapp just got drafted to the team. I said that's my team right there.
That's his team right there. 95. He picked a great year to like the Bucks, and then ever since then, there you go.
That's
all right.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. Guys.
Please call back. All right.
I'll call back. Take care.
Yep.
I think I was like 9 years old, 8 years old, I want to say.
Yeah.
Around that.
I became a fan when I was 8 years old. So
yeah, that was a long time.
90s.
The 90s, great time, man. No worries. Just
terrible time in the 90s with the Bucks. They couldn't win a game.
Well, I'm just speaking in life in general. Speaking of life.
Yes.
I gotta promote it, man. Saturday. So I keep calling him one of the forefathers of the Frozen Pirate podcast. I'm gonna keep saying this, guys. If you guys have some time out there throughout your workday, you can take us on the go on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcast. We are on there.
By the way, we need to be on the Sports Web. We need to work on that.
Yeah, we got to do something with that.
Yes, we got to do something with that.
So you guys can take the Frozen Pirate podcast on the go, and as soon as because Peter made me a producer here on the, I got to get a new chair. This chair is killing me.
Yeah, you got to get a new chair.
I'm fidgeting around. That's when you know the chair sucks. Anyways, meanwhile, back at the ranch. So we had this thing where you could just take us on the go, and so if you guys want to know what Saturday episode is going to be all about, Jay is one of the one of the only grandfathers of the Frozen Pirate podcast. He helped me start it, helped believe in me and stuff like that. And we really had some good chemistry. We had some great episodes early on. So go on Spotify, go on iHeartRadio, look up the Frozen Pirate podcast, go to episode 2, 3, they're all labeled. The conversations that me and Jay had were amazing. So this Saturday, we're going to be doing a show. Hopefully Peter can join us, Leo, Harry, whoever wants to join, we're going to be doing it. It's called All Walks of Life. So me and Jay decided, hey, you know what? We're going to go out to eat. We're each going to get a 6-pack. We're not going to be rambling idiots and stuff like that. We just like to talk about life. It's going to be called All Walks of Life, and we hope all you guys can join us, join in on the conversation. We're going to be talking about sports, work, and just where we're at in life, man. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Jay is a good time. I call him the blast from the past. He's a good time. He's the hot shit, man. He's awesome. If you're looking for a lot of laughs, we always say kick back, relax, grab whatever you drink, grab your devil's lettuce, if you will, whatever the case is, and you're gonna have a lot of laughs, man. I'm telling you. See, look, Peter, you're already laughing. All right. Watch when me and him get together.
By the way, the funniest scene, the roommate comes on here. He kind of gives the finger. We're trying to get him on to talk some Boston sports here and talk Tampa Bay sports
with him.
Yeah, he's Tampa Bay sports fan, but the dog comes in. Alexander, everybody knows him. He likes plastic bottles. He picks up the Gatorade bottle, goes behind me, picks up the Gatorade bottle, runs out the door with it like he stole something, drops the bottle, and then runs out again with it. It was just so funny, and he's barking in the background. Bunch of idiots. All right, Joe Sway, welcome back to the Evolution. Do we have a signal here? Did you still purchase your phone at 7-Eleven?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Everybody's doing the Verizon spot tonight. Good. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
We can hear you.
Goodness.
Yes.
I was walking from the Rays game tonight.
But that was exciting, was it not? Was that exciting for the 2 hits there and the 0 runs? I mean, how exciting was that? I mean, come on, Joe Sway, you got to help me out here. The atmosphere was great. The Phillies are coming to town. The Rays seem like they have all the momentum, taking 2 out of 3. And the last 2 nights, they've absolutely the bed. And people still will come.
Peter,
yes.
They faced Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez, the Phillies' top 2 arms.
So the Rays can't hit any good pitching. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, a lot of teams can't hit good pitching.
I get that, man. But, I mean, people complaining about the attendance for the Rays game. If you're at a Rays game, are you going to really go and watch a team that has 2 hits for the whole night? Now, come on.
See, I mainly went to check out, the atmosphere, to check out the chicks that were there.
How was it? Did you get any numbers? Because you've been a guy that's been on social media trying to get numbers.
I was with a woman tonight.
Oh,
actually.
Well, how about that?
Okay.
So let's tell me
I'm
about.
not gonna say nothing.
No, let's talk about this. What's her name?
Her name is Twin Quetta.
Okay, and
so shout out to her.
Okay, is she so she's a sports fan?
My invitation.
Okay, hold on. Is she a sports fan?
She is actually.
Okay.
She likes all the sports.
Well, see, that's
baseball.
Let me give you some advice. Always get somebody that you have something in common with, so you don't necessarily have to change them. Because if you have to change them, especially when it comes to sports, my friend, it's not going to work out. Take it from this single man right here. All right, what else?
Look at me. My girlfriend is a Patriots fan. I've been trying to convert her into a Buccaneers fan.
Well, listen, his girlfriend, a couple of weeks ago when he was traveling to Tennessee, held the light for him. I mean, that's happy life right there. That's the kind of woman that you need.
Shout out Aubrey, man.
Yes.
There was a moment in the game where I was trying to talk about this 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid into trying to shoot a shot with his friend, quote unquote. So because they went to a lady that was a friend, but she wasn't really having it, and he trying to act like he wasn't having it either. But I know that deep down he really likes her, and I was trying to coach him up into yo, if she doesn't like you back, then stop trying with her. Go find somebody else. Go move on with that.
Let her go ruin somebody else's life.
That's it. That's what you got to do.
And also that women will be more attracted to you if you're with other women. Because they have this thing where oh, he's with another chick. Okay, now the radar for them goes off, and it's oh, now he seems more attractive because other women want him.
That's very.
I don't know. It's so weird. But
it is weird.
Oh man, I think honestly, at the end of the day, when it comes to women, from my experience, I think you just got to be yourself. If you want a genuine, authentic girl that's suitable for you, because a lot in this day and age,
well, if you want
a lot
woman,
of men, a lot of men are driven off lust.
Right.
Lust will get you into trouble. Ask Uncle Shay Shay. Number one.
Ask Bill Belichick too, because
ask Bill Belichick, because eventually he'll be getting something. But what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, you just got to be yourself, and she's got to like you for who you are. Like, you take a look at me, and I used to call her baby mama. She used to get pissed. I actually have an episode on the original Frozen Pirate podcast. It was entitled Baby Mama. She's like, listen, my name's Aubrey. Don't call me baby mama. And out of respect, obviously, it's just I kid, you know. But I broke her heart at 11 years old, and we ended up getting back together now, and 10 years now. Like I said, I was just myself. You just got to be yourself. If you want the right one in your life, you just got to be yourself. You don't ever try to change who you are. Like, you are who you are, and you want somebody to like you for you. A big problem with men today is they're not focused on their goals, and they're not focused on trying to advance to the next level. A lot of men are just too worried about what their body count's going to be, like how many girls they can sleep with, and all. None of that stuff brings you status, man. Because at the end of the day, I heard one of the best quotes, and it was from Nipsey Hussle. He says, I'd rather be at war with the world than at war with myself. I'd rather have a quiet home too. You know what I'm saying? You want peace. And I feel like a lot of those girls out there, man, that it's too chaotic, man. And it's tough to hold on a relationship because now people got options with the social media and all this stuff. It's very difficult to hold down a relationship. And that's why you can't tell everybody your business neither. You just got to keep everything under wraps and stuff like that. Like, I didn't have Facebook for a long, long time. Me and my girlfriend both got rid of it. But now that I do the sports web, now that I do the Frozen Pirate podcast, I got the Facebook.
Got to do it
for business purposes only. But like I said, man, you want the right girl, you just got to be yourself. And you will attract the type of girl you're meant to be with. And relationships, relationships take time, man. You guys got to be friends first. Because at the end of the day, she's got to be your best friend. Like, Aubrey, she gets on my nerves.
I want to push back on that a little bit because I want to be real with you, right? The friendship will only work if you, as the man, initiate the friendship. Meaning that,
of course, because a woman wants a man with confidence. She doesn't want.
You're already establishing a comfort level. Okay, and then once you establish a comfort level and she's comfortable with you, then you can try the whole friendship thing. But there's gonna be a time where, okay, where are we gonna take this?
Just don't get put in the friend zone, okay? Because that's like the phantom zone. Because you can't come out.
Well, you gotta be slick as a mother. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be slick as a you know what, man. You gotta just do things. You gotta just do it the right way, man. Like I said, with me and my girl, when we started dating, you know what I'm saying? I took her out to a movie. We were like friends, and then she was just like, "I'm not really ready for this." And then I deleted her off Facebook and all social media. And then 2 weeks later, she's gonna kill me for saying this. But then 2 weeks later, like, we talked about it, and and the rest is history. But like I said, you don't want to be in the friend zone, but at the same time, women really like a man with confidence and to take charge. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of weak men out there, and I don't have nothing against playing video games and stuff, and doing all that stuff. That's cool. It's a cool decompression. But at the same time, there's a time and place for that. Young men, I'm 36. I'm 30. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old. See, I don't even know my own age. I'm 37.
Oh, let's trade. I'll be 36. You be 46. Don't you tell
me
go. That you're too old.
I turn 37 next Thursday, by the way.
Well, there you go. Happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Like, goals, you just got to work on your career, build your wealth, and like I said, because women like to go out to eat. That shit's expensive. So you just got to be confident. You know what I'm saying? And it's a team effort too. It can't just be you all the time.
Right. Invest your time. It's got to be reciprocation.
Exactly.
If the kind of energy that you're throwing out there to her, she's got to do the same thing. If she doesn't, she's not the right one. If you ask somebody to go to a baseball game and they say, I'd rather go to hell, that most likely is not the right person. Just saying. Good night, goodbye. So,
hey, when did we turn into that show? What was that show called on MTV late at night? Oh man, with that guy. Love Line. When did we turn into Welcome to the Love Line with Peter Blake and Louie here of the Frozen Pirate podcast?
Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew. Remember that? Yes. How about that? All right. What else, Joe Sway? And we'll go out to Curtis. Stand by, Curtis.
So Peter, I'm gonna ask you, since our guy Louie here is not really a hockey person.
Yes.
And
I'm a hockey person.
Got the Tampa Bay Lightning gear on, but go ahead. Let's talk. Let's talk about
my son was on the Zamboni on that game 6 of the Islanders a few years back. Few years ago.
I'm not able to watch you guys. I'm just blindly calling in. I haven't really seen you guys on the screen yet. But
that's great. Comment of the night. Hold on. Comment of the night from our own Jim Melvin, who's been on this show before. This is some heavy. It is, man. I'm glad you like it. We don't want to take
the love line.
We're trying to help Joe Sway out here because I see this man. He's working hard, but I see him on social media, and I'm happy for my people that are going out on dates. And he took her to a Rays game. And listen, it's a great atmosphere. You know, it could be a little pricey because Stu and the ownership decided to raise the ticket prices. You know, but the game was boring. So how did you entertain her?
Hold on. You want to know what true love is? Real quickly. You want to know when you're with the right one? True love?
Yes.
So my girlfriend's main thing is like, don't ever ruin your face, this and that. Check this out. Face tattoo. That's 8 years into the relationship. Where's the other one there? I don't know if you guys can see this.
I can
Head
see
tattoo.
it. Yes.
Okay. I came home with that. She was just like, why? And I was just like, man,
you, but that's a great thing about a woman.
Hey, but you know what? She looks right past it now. She's
unconditional.
Just like, whatever, I'm used to it.
You know, that's what you love about women to a certain degree is they can be unconditional when it comes to that kind of stuff.
She can be ruthless too. Love you, baby.
Well,
she must think you're the prize.
She's always going to be, but listen, she's always going to be ruthless with you because she's never going to forget that you broke her heart when she's 11 years old. So you're going to have to continue.
She's probably laughing right now listening to this. I really hope she is. She's probably laughing right now, but like when I go upstairs, she's going to be like,
don't get out of line because she'll make you pay,
listen,
man. All
right, she's like 4'11" of pure fury. All right. Remember, like, how can I put it? Remember like Chung Lee from Street Fighter? Oh yeah, she'll stomp a mud hole in you. I'm telling you, she's like,
in you. Oh, that's
I
great.
compare it to like a honey badger. That's her temperament.
Yes.
Sorry, Josue. I'm sorry, man. We're having fun here. Welcome to the Sports Web, everybody.
Yes.
No, man, this is good. I mean, it beats. You know what? Never mind. I ain't gonna say it.
Well, listen. I want to know really quick, and then you can ask your question. Because we're almost at 3 hours. We're still going to do wrestling talk. Curtis, you can call back. I saw your call there. But how did you entertain her? How did you entertain her for the night with, taking her to the Rays game, which, by the way, thanks a lot, Rays, for showing up tonight. 2 hits and 0 runs. How did you entertain her?
So really, it didn't really take much because, like I said, we were out behind the right field wall. So the entertainment was, all the kids running around trying to get the balls thrown by either Nick Castellanos, or Jose Caballero.
Okay, there you go.
So that was entertaining in itself, and she was trying to, urge me to try and get the ball from the kids, throwing the set. I'm a grown ass man. I don't really need to be out there fighting for baseballs from little kids and stuff like that, and even if I did, first thing I'll do is just give it to a little kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Way to kill the date.
entertaining.
Listen, way to kill the date. You try to fight and get her a ball, and you push a kid aside. I feel like old school. Remember where Will Ferrell pushes the kid aside, pushes him right by the head, and pushes him right in the pool. That's how you're definitely not going to get the woman. All right, what's your question? Yeah, exactly. We speak Will Ferrell. What's your question for hockey?
So yeah, that was fun. But yeah, I was just saying simply, where do the Lightning go from here?
Ooh. Wow, that's a great. I don't know, man. I got to get my hockey guy on, Mr. Shooter and Schoolie there. We the Thunder. John Cooper's coming back. All the rumors of him going to Utah are, just erroneous at this point. JBB announced he's going to come back. So.
Does he have a tie with them? Like, what was that about?
I mean, I just think he came out and announced it because there were rumors that he could be or Utah was interested. But you're not going to let the winningest coach in Tampa Bay Lightning history
this man brought us 2 Stanley Cups back to back. He's always kept this team competitive.
Yeah,
I think what I think it was, honestly, guys. I think this team. I'm going to use a Todd Bowles term here. This team tried to retool it. This the offseason that just passed, because they lost Stamkos, the captain. And I feel like that kind of maybe played a little bit into the locker room because, like I said, I mean, I understand they gave a captain's patch to what's his face, but still, it wasn't the same. I think this year coming up, I think they know what they have to do. They know what they have to do to be competitive, and it was a little underwhelming this year. But as far as what they have to do, I honestly don't know right now. I don't know. I mean, what was the news that came out? Victor Hedman played with a broken foot, supposedly? Like,
yeah,
this is crazy. Like I said,
all the injuries that happened didn't help. It just didn't help. It wasn't the same team. You got to play through injuries. I get it, but
I will say this: Kucherov needs to shoot the puck more.
You got to score, man.
Yeah, you're the guy now. To me, in my opinion, you're the guy. You have to shoot the puck. Stop getting cutesy with the puck and stuff like that. And just shoot.
Listen, maybe it comes down to firing your assistant coaches. You'll let go of Cooper. Maybe you fire your coaches. I don't know what you do, man. That's a great question. It's a really great question.
That's an awesome question.
Believe some of those assistants that were around when the Lightning were winning the cups, a couple of them are now head coaches in other teams.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So it's usually what happens, man. When you got to think about it.
Other teams are going to want your staff and build a winner out. I just think for the Lightning, they need to get more, be more physical because I've overheard on the radio a lot that the Panthers out physical them.
Yeah.
Every game.
Right.
And that's a problem because when you wanna win a cup, and we've seen it in these past teams, you have enforcers like Cirelli, like Gord. Pat Maroon.
Yes.
Guys like him, were there to just beat people up.
Yeah.
And justify. Yeah. Play defense.
Yeah, agree.
I think that one thing I will say is I want to see them upgrade their defense a little bit because it was not very good.
It's got to be upgraded because you can't turn over the puck, and it's tough because you do have some cap space, but it'll be interesting to see what they do, and we'll definitely keep you abreast of the situation. I get my hockey guys on. Josue, we appreciate the call, my friend.
Great
as
phone
always.
Call, man.
Thanks
for
call.
bringing out the love line in
us.
us.
Relationship goes. I want to know. I want details. All right, my friend. Don't screw it. Not those details. I want the details of the relationship. Don't screw it up. All right.
Yeah, man.
Screw it up.
When you call in, it's gonna.
Well, do me. You need to do me a favor because I gave you all this, love line advice. Me and Louie here. You need to say three things. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. 3, 2, 1, go.
Bring your passion. Bring your energy. Just don't bring any nonsense.
He said, "Bring your energy." All right.
I didn't forget the second one.
Bring your excitement. All right. Get out of here, Josue. Appreciate you, man. Good stuff. All right. Good stuff. All right. We got to get to Turnbuckle Talk. We'll read the rest of these comments. Curtis, I saw you. I got a text message off the line. I'm still online here, so we're going to get to Turnbuckle Talk really quick. To me, Gaines Adams was the problem. All speed. Russ says the only thing I don't love about Baker is when he's being rushed. He takes his eyes off the field, looks at the rush. He should get the ball out quicker. Now he has a lot of targets. Good point. Russ says fat fingers equals typos. Realtor David Zuzman. Hello, Peter and Louie. Go Bucks. Go Bucks. Absolutely.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Yes, get your weight up right there. Instagram is the new tender. There you go. They met on an airplane flight. Okay, there you go. She was on Sugar Daddies. Certainly possible. That's a website.
I gotta do some research, man. I gotta start looking into this.
Do some research. Sanders ran for minus 50 yards. Okay. What kind of impact do you think Watson will be playing next to Vay? I don't know. If he can lose weight, I don't know what the plan is, but I think the Bucks do have
clogging up the holes, clogging the toilet.
I think the NFL has become so tight-lipped between individual teams that if each team is thinking the same way, it can create the illusion of collusion. Very good. The illusion of collusion. That's something good to write down. I'm not holding my breath on David Walker. He was playing Chuck E. Cheese College League. David says
that's harsh, man. He's harsh.
David Zuzman is very harsh, but I think he's come around here to the.
I'm gonna start writing down all the stuff he says. I'm gonna start keeping a log.
We got to keep receipts like Jason Light does on Sports Illustrated when they said you're going to win only 2 games. Doesn't this say something about Sanders when Tom Brady knew all about him and they could use a quarterback, and even the Raiders passed up on him? I think so. This is not the issue. The issue is we crushed the Eagles in 2023 in the playoffs. We were a better position to improve and fight for a Super Bowl. Alexander, what's up? Bucks family, what's going on with you?
Oh, yeah!
I moved away from Tampa 20 years ago, but remain a Bucks and Rays fan. But outside of Tampa, the Rays are an embarrassment, at least in terms of the crowd in the stadium. I think it's ownership. In my opinion, I've gone through that. We did not improve enough in free agency in 24 to be a Super Bowl contender. In 25, we had another bad free agency and C draft. I'm not ready to say that, Juzman. We are losing our Super Bowl window because of our GM, Alexander. That old Celtics team would get swept. Alexander again. Ray Allen can't save them. Jim, physicality is the dumbest word ever invented. And Jim, again, Bucks are for real. Lightning are for real. Rays are continuing to fade into obscurity.
Yes! Yes!
All right. Stand by here really quick as I get my notes, and then we'll go to Turnbuckle Talk. And then we're going to wrap it up because I got a request offline. It's a personal request here. So hold on a sec. Let me see what this is. Okay. Hold on a sec here. Stand by as I'm getting, okay. Hold on. Okay. All right. Turnbuckle Talk. Let's get to it. And then we're going to, we have to
there
do
it
something.
is.
Yeah, but
We got to.
it's cut off my head. Yeah, we're not going to be able to use that. Okay. Well, I like the other close. I know we want to do Turnbuckle Talk like that, but all right. I guess we'll go with that. I'll go with that at this point. Okay. So with that being said, Paul Heyman comes out and explains himself. This is how you do it. Let me go full screen on this. Let me see if I can go full screen. See, yeah, we got to go back to the sports web, man.
All right, let's do it.
We got to do the sports web thing here. We see that this is production on air, but that's okay. There we go, right there.
There it is.
My bad.
Oh,
right,
wrong
okay.
one.
There we go. It is
There it
Turnbuckle Talk. If you don't know, we'll go with that shot right there. We'll figure this out. This is how you explain, and let me go full screen on this. This is how you explain a storyline. This is how you sell it. When John Cena went heel, I didn't get an explanation, not a good enough explanation. Paul Heyman was on Monday night. Of course, Jey Uso called out Heyman when Heyman got in the ring. OG, you got a lot of balls stepping in the ring with me after what you did to my family, said Uso. And then, of course, Heyman had this to say when it came down to the promo. Well, it's the same that while you're handing out warnings, nobody bothered to warn me about explaining the treachery. He accused the so-called best friend of CM Punk of having a dark heart for holding him to a decades-old promise. You caught this. This is why Paul Heyman is great at, explaining, being a wrestling mind when it comes to the wrestling business. For holding him to a decades-old promise to stand in his corner at WrestleMania, knowing it would sabotage Heyman's relationship with Roman Reigns. Next, Heyman focused on Reigns, who took credit for changing Reigns from a stray big dog to the tribal chief and leader of the WWE Universe. He spoke on how they have been undisputed WWE champion for 1,313 days, but that Reigns blew it by losing the title to Cody Rhodes after got distracted by Rollins at WrestleMania 40. Then he says Reigns vanished following his loss. Heyman said he left in dangerous hands of Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu, Tonga Loa, and Tama Tonga. Ultimately, they ended up putting him through a table, nearly ending his career. When Reigns returned, it wasn't to avenge him, Heyman said, only to reclaim his Eulafala. While Uso stood speechless, the WWE Universe spoke for him, showing Heyman with boos and chants of "You suck" and "asshole." This is perfect. This is called heat. This is the explanation that we needed from John Cena with the selling of the soul. Not just, fans. This was perfect by Paul Heyman. This was a great segment. Your thoughts here on Turnbuckle Talk on the Evolution?
I love that he flipped out. Like the way he flipped out
Right.
Like, it's funny because all the memes that they make, like, I seen a funny one today was like,
he looked like Ric Flair is going to have a heart. He looked like he was going to have a heart attack.
Yeah. Well,
When
there
Ric
was a
Flair
funny
was
meme.
against Bischoff in 98 or 99 in WCW.
Bischoff, you come back, whatever he said. He goes, "I'll be naked," and then he like can't come to himself. He was like stripping and he was throwing
He's
his shoes
stripping down and he's elbowing and he's doing the knee drop and he's turning red. And I believe he actually had a heart attack. Or
was it that one?
I believe it was. He went that crazy. And that's what Paul Heyman looked like on Monday night. And that's what you need when it comes to, running a promo and telling a story at the end of the day. With that being said.
Yeah, they don't make them like Paul Heyman anymore, unfortunately. And a lot of those kids from NXT really need to see that type of performance. But as far as Paul Heyman goes,
well, let's hold that thought. Let's go out to Curtis here.
No. I want to hear I want to finish. Let me finish the statement.
Louie, go ahead.
Again, this is long-term storytelling. So a lot of people, I'm going to continue to tell people, be patient with this John Cena stuff.
Yes.
It's long-term storytelling. Like bringing up Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins caused Roman to lose the title. And now look at Seth Rollins with Paul Heyman. Do you see how this story intertwines with itself? Like, it's just long-term storytelling, and nobody does it better than WWE. What happened on Monday Night Raw, I loved it. I think even Jey Uso was just kind of looking at him. Jey Uso did a fantastic job too in this. He was looking at him like, what the hell is going on? Like, he freaked out. Let me ask you guys this. Was Paul Heyman wrong in anything he said?
No. That's the thing. Like, you could look at it and say,
you can hate Paul Heyman to death, but he's
right.
Yes,
he's right. Speaking of Jay, there you go, right there.
I see you, man, right there,
dude. How can you not love Jey Uso?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the energy, man. I actually got the pleasure of seeing him.
Listen, I heard you say earlier. I heard you say earlier about John Gruden saying, "Bring that juice." Jay brings that juice to the ring.
Oh yeah,
every single night.
But here's the thing. I think that juice may be taken out here because you got Logan Paul. So who's to say is Jay to you, in my opinion, is Jay a transition champion where you put the belt on Logan?
Peter,
I'm just saying.
Listen to me, Peter.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Louie, I want you to listen to me.
All right, I'm listening, Curtis.
You got my attention.
Jay drops the title to Logan Paul, I will no longer watch wrestling.
So Jey Uso, if he drops the title,
I'm gonna write that down.
Paul, you're no longer watching wrestling.
The only way I see him.
Well, first, that's blasphemous because there's no way you're ever going to do that. Okay, you ain't gonna do that at all.
Let's just say you won't watch WWE anymore. You're gonna strictly watch AEW.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
I might not even watch wrestling anymore.
Oh my God! Anyway, who the hell cares?
You're not doing that at all, Curtis.
Now, what we have seen is this, though.
Yes,
the champion loses at the pay-per-view, and then wins the title again on Monday night.
See, that takes away from the title, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only time that ever worked, though, guys, was when Kane won the first blood match, and then remember Austin retrieved the belt the following night on Monday Night Raw. I think that's the only time that really works. Here's the thing.
I remember. Go ahead, brother.
That title that they have, the heavyweight championship, it's really starting to lose its prestige. Like, honestly, if you're gonna start doing stuff like that again, titles like that start to lose the prestige, in my opinion. I think Jey Uso makes that title fun and it makes it worth something, and that's what it comes down to. If you're gonna do storylines and stuff with this title, you have to make that title worth something. Like Roman Reigns, what he did with the Universal Championship, he made it worth something. Like, nobody can beat me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he loses to Logan Paul. Logan Paul is the type of talent where you don't need to put the title on him. You really don't. He generates the heat. He can have the good matches. And quite frankly, I don't think he's the right guy to put that on right now. I think maybe
right, but they did some type of storyline where he attacked Jay. So I know they're doing social media.
I was to say Logan Paul isn't tied in with Paul Heyman and Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins.
Well, I remember he was running his mouth to Jay, and Jay super kicked him in the mouth, and I stood up and I applauded.
Right.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would.
I mean, are they going to do anything with them? Are they going to be doing a match? Because I didn't get to watch all of Monday Night Raw. Like, there's nothing planned for Backlash, right?
Show, so I didn't get. I watched the highlights, so I gotta.
I want both of you
one
guys' opinions on this.
Okay.
So this Seth Rollins, Braun Breaker, Paul Heyman thing.
Yeah. Sami Zayn's turning soon.
I see this, and I might be way ahead of my time.
Yeah.
But I see this as kind of like evolution.
I see, and that was the report. They don't want this to be like any other stable, so it may not be Sami Zayn, but they want to separate themselves. They want to separate themselves from another stable.
Braun Breaker is going to be a huge star.
He already is a huge star.
Well,
he already is.
But what I'm saying is he's going to be so big.
Yeah.
It's going to be ridiculous. And that was just like in Evolution, like Triple H tried to hold Batista back. You're not going to be able to hold this guy.
No, the vehicle was that you had two guys like Triple H and Ric Flair who knew the business, who were in stables before in DX with, Triple H and the corporate ministry and whatever else he was in.
What's up, bro?
That was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, he was in those stables. He was in DX. Yeah, Ric Flair, who was in the Horsemen, of course.
There was like 40 people in the ring at the time.
Right. Well, you got two guys. You got two guys like Batista and Randy Orton. Who have everything. They just needed, to be pushed and
who could their third guy be? Who could the third guy be? I mean, they got the mouthpiece, they got the muscle, and they got the athleticism in Seth Rollins. Is there a guy or a girl?
Could be Bronson Reed.
I thought he got it released. Didn't he get released?
Nah, Bronson Reed. You're thinking of Braun Strowman.
I thought Bronson Reed got released.
And Strowman got told.
You know what?
No, Reed has been hurt.
This is gonna sound weird.
Yeah,
but I could see somebody leaving the Judgment Day and going over there.
Judgment Day it's not. I mean, I know your guy Finn Balor. You like that? I just don't. I don't.
No, I like Finn a lot. I think
Finn
and AJ are gonna do something, man. I think Finn and AJ are gonna do something, man, because like you see, like the way Balor's reacting with Dominic Mysterio. What do you think? I got to clean up all your dirty stuff, like, and then he's like, man, I'm just playing with you, and then nobody really catches these stuff, but I catch these little things. AJ walks into the locker room, no fears, no F's given, and he goes, "What's up, Prince?" He called him Prince.
Yes.
Where does that stem from?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep.
I saw that.
All right, Curtis, we got to run here, my friend, as we're continuing to. We were over 3.
I got one more question for Curtis.
All right, go ahead.
Talk to me, brother.
Yes, go ahead, Louie.
How did you feel about the Malachi Black return or / Aleister Black, and where do you see them going? Because SmackDown is very lackluster.
Well, I was actually about to say something about that. So I think his return is huge. I think it would have been better on Netflix. I think we got a bigger pop on Netflix.
True.
Here's my question for you. I'm going to answer that question by asking both of you guys a question.
Okay.
When is the draft for the WWE? Because the draft is going to tell us everything we need to know for the next year.
Do they still have the draft? Is that
they do it around that's actually a fantastic question, Curtis, because usually hey, you know what's crazy? The dark forces are at work. We were talking about Aleister Black. My microphone went forward and your picture fell down.
There you go. You keep on talking. I got to put this up. I hate this song.
Dude, Peter,
but no, I mean, I think
the draft
Curtis,
is going to tell us everything we need to know.
Hold on. Let me go out to Louie here. Hold on. Go ahead, Louie. Carry it.
I'm curious to see if they are going to do a draft. Usually it's around this time of the year that they do the draft, I believe, or maybe like towards June.
It's usually June or July.
Yeah, I mean, it's curious to see what they're gonna do. But like I said, I'm excited. Like if you've been listening to the show and stuff like that, I'm a huge fan of Aleister or Malachi. I did like some things. I just think that his intro the entrance is a little off. I mean, that thing of rising up out of the ground type of deal. I want to see more of how he was in AEW with the mask.
Sign.
Like you started to see certain things of like the raggedy, like, see, I'm from Massachusetts, so we have Salem, Massachusetts, and we had the witch trials. So I know what all that stuff is that he's wearing.
Louie,
Yep.
I've been to Salem, and I'm going to tell you something. I was in Salem. Remember,
It's the worst place in the world. I'm not gonna lie. It's the worst. It's the shittiest place in the world.
I think it was Netflix that came out with that Salem show with the witches and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was watching that show as I was just visiting Boston and Salem. And I told my wife at the time, yeah, get me the F out of here. This is not.
You didn't like it?
Or what the hell? No.
But well, first of all, what time of the year did you go there? Because I'll tell you if you did wrong. First of all, don't go to Salem, and this is for everybody out there. If you plan on look, Salem is really nice. If you look outside of like all the political stuff and stuff like that, and if you're just there for history, you got to go there. Don't go there in October. I'll tell you that. That's a stupid. That's probably one. Of, what? That's the stupidest thing you can do.
Peter, I was shaking in my effing boots, Peter.
Why?
You understand?
It's just a bunch of old houses that like they do no justice.
It's probably about to him. It was already in his head. He probably saw.
Yeah, but I mean, what is it? I need a little bit of time with you, Curtis, on this. So what was it? Because every year we go to Salem. It's funny. You can ask.
Well, here's the thing. I'm one of those guys where when I'm interested into something, I go into depth. And like I was reading up on it. And just, I was very intrigued about the stuff that was going on in this town.
Can I ruin something for you? Give it to
me.
Believe it or not, and this is for everybody out there. So earmuffs, if anybody that's planning on going to Salem, put your earmuffs on because I'm going to ruin it for you.
So serious.
Yeah. Here's my serious take. A lot of the executions for the witches didn't really happen in Salem. They happened more in Cambridge and all these other places. Salem was just like a microscopic of all that stuff. And quite frankly, it's just honestly, in my opinion, it's one of the dumbest places in the world, especially in October. You can't walk.
They said that whole radius was that whole area was just, I don't want to say infected is not the right word.
Oh, it's infected. All right. It's infected with stupidity. Yeah, I would say that. It is. It's infected with stupidity. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just honestly like you have a bunch of crazy people walking around with protesting things, and this side's protesting that side's protesting this one, and then you have a bunch of weird people walking around. And then it's very overwhelming. I just want to sit down and have a beer, and I can't even do that without like.
I'm gonna Peter. I want to tell you guys a quick story before I go.
Yes, tell me.
And this is not.
I'm fascinated that you're nervous about Salem, like because to me, like not to cut you off, like the last time we went out there with some family. And I looked at Aubrey and I was just like, what the F are we doing here? I just want to go home. I said, you know what? Can you just go with them? And I'm just going to drive home. I said, F this place. I can't stand this place anymore. It's the same crap every year. And I'm going to tell you something right now. So the Hocus Pocus house, I don't know if you guys know, I feel so bad for those people that live in that house because every year we go to the Hocus Pocus house. We have to see the Hocus Pocus house. Stupid house. If I lived in that house, every person that stepped on my porch, I would throw a damn egg at your face. There is so many people who step on that person's property, and I get it. You should understand what you're in for, but still, these people are crazy. They step on their property just to take a picture because Zachary Banks or whatever the characters were, I don't know, from a Hocus Pocus movie, where they shot the movie over there. Oh my God, it's so.
I will tell you this real quick before I tell you my story. My issue is, Louie, for the last 10 years, I've been legally blind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So all the memories I have, I can't see what I want to see when I went to Salem.
Right.
When I know that I was in Salem, and whenever I would close my eyes, all I could see was what I saw on the TV show because I watched that TV show before my eyesight got bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
See, again,
that's
bad vibes from Salem.
exactly. And the other story I had is I'm a huge fan of The Conjuring. I'm a huge fan of horror in general.
Yeah.
And I
So
remember
you can never watch horror movies with me, man, because I make a joke out of them. I really do, especially like The Conjuring.
Me too.
I-
I remember we went to go see Annabelle, and the doll was levitating in front of a window, and we were in the theater, and I was like, I would kick that mother beep 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 out the window, and my wife was like, shut the fuck up, you're in the movie theater, and I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, well, but anyway, we were in North Carolina where they shot the original Conjuring at,
Right,
and this is like right after it came out, and I was reading up on Annabelle coming, like we were driving on the highway. It was like 3:00 in the morning. And I was reading up on Annabelle, and we stopped somewhere to get gas and, to get some snacks or something. So we were sitting at a table, and I'm reading this, and she's like, I really wish you would stop reading that. So I just, you know how you just hit the power button on your phone.
Yeah.
So the stuff turns off.
Sure.
Well, literally we were sitting there, and then the phone, the power button, the phone lit up, and then it opened up, and there was a picture of Annabelle right there. And my wife literally took my phone in the bathroom and flushed it down the toilet.
Well, that's The Conjuring, right? The Conjuring house is in North Carolina?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
No, I don't think so.
I've never seen the movie. I got to watch The
No,
Conjuring.
there was what's
Never seen
the house where they filmed it at.
Yeah, the original house though is right next to me. Actually, it's an hour away from here. It's in Burrowville, Massachusetts, Burrowville, Rhode Island.
The movie at
is
literally in North Carolina.
Yeah, the original house for The Conjuring, or I know it's one of those big horror movies. There was people who actually got murdered in the house, and they made a bunch of movies. It's probably The Conjuring. It's in Burrowville, Rhode Island. You guys got to come up here, man. I'll take you to all these cool places. I'll take you to Lizzie Borden's house where she killed her parents.
Peter, I think he's talking about the Amityville Horror.
Amityville Horror. That's
talking about.
Amityville Horror. Yes, so that house is actually you can go there, but I think you can only go so far. There's actually people who live in that house.
Peter, how long have you been in this area? You've been in this area for a long time, right?
Oh, all my life.
And they said, what is it in Clearwater that wasn't it the Bellevue Biltmore or something that they said might have been haunted?
Oh, I've heard something about that.
I don't go next to or near those kind of things.
Yeah, we also right up the street from me. I
watched Poltergeist too many times when I was younger. Listen, Poltergeist. What happened? All kinds of bad stuff happened besides Craig T. Nelson. The little girl passed away. Right? The other actresses or actors had some problems.
There's if you guys ever get a chance, I got some homework for you guys. Look up the Bridgewater Triangle. So that's actually up the street, close up the street. So I used to have this SUV. I put a 6-inch lift in it with 35-inch mud tires. I used to go off-roading a lot. Thinking about it now and everything that transpired in those woods, like there's a big documentary about the satanic cults in Fall River at one point in the woods. And there was a couple of murders that happened. There was a lot of weird stuff that happened in those woods. But back during the times of like the Indians and Pilgrims, it was a lot, like I think it's King Philip's War took place over there. There was like a lot of slaughter in there. And you go into those woods, like a lot of Indians and Pilgrims died in there. They call it the Bridgewater Triangle. Because you want to talk like Salem, that's child's play. Go into those woods at night, you feel a different type of energy. There's a different type of energy, and construction workers actually refused when they were doing the rails. Construction workers actually refused to do the night shift because they said they were seeing, and I'm not joking. If you can see on camera, goosebumps. Nah, man. That Undertaker Ministry of Darkness that's child's play. Like this,
I know
vibe that you're gonna get in those state woods. I'm not joking. Like the vibe in there, it's very heavy. Like the pressure is very heavy. Like bad things happened in there. But as far as like all that other stuff, like Salem, that's a joke, man. These people just you know what they do. They turn off the lights and put black lights and a little bit of dim lights and stuff like that. They got the Satanic Temple and those weirdos and stuff like that, and they just
weirdos. All right,
weirdos.
Peter, not to go there, but that's why me as a black man, I don't mess with that kind of stuff.
That's it. There you go, my friend. That's exactly right. On that note, Curtis, we appreciate the call, my friend.
Hey, man,
okay,
I love you guys, man. Y'all have a good night, man.
All right,
absolutely.
Good stuff there. As we're at 3:27, so we will talk some more here, and then we will get out for the night. Also, Heyman was Shaq Wrestling. He said, I think Solo Sikoa was the single most improved performer in WWE from WrestleMania 40 through this week right now. I'm so proud of what he accomplished in that time. I would dare say that if you look back a few years from now at the year that he had in carrying the side of SmackDown, it wasn't only the most improved performer of the past year, that he perhaps is in a 1 year span, the most improved performer over a 1 year span ever. He also says, he went from being a stoic mute to being someone who could carry his end of the microphone against anybody he wanted to, including me, including Roman Reigns, including anybody that stepped up against him on the microphone. Solo Sikoa held his own. I did not hear of, witness, nor read about, even on the cynical internet, of a bad match that he had over the course of the past year. He delivered in the ring. He delivered on the mic. He carried SmackDown from an antagonist position on the mic, even after I was gone, still carried his end of it, then held his own against Roman on the mic as well. Let's go out to the Tribal Troll.
Acknowledge me.
Wow, a wrestling fan on Turnbuckle Talk. What do I owe to this occasion, my friend? You never called Turnbuckle Talk.
What you gonna do, brother? Real American beer, brother.
Yes,
drink
brother.
it up, drink it loud, drink it proud.
Well, yeah, he's doing that. Him and Bischoff, and he grew back the beard there with the black. That's okay.
Who's now Hollywood Hogan's real American beer brother?
Oh my God! And then he got Shelton Benjamin's name wrong, calling him Benjamin Shelton.
It's Benjamin Shelton, dude.
Oh my God! We'll have to get to that. Let's go out to 6040 BRSN, who is a fan here on Turnbuckle Talk, a webhead. Heyman and Breaker going to turn on Rollins. Jacob is awesome. Didn't like him at first, but he gets my vote now. I think Fatu has surpassed Solo Sikoa. I do understand where Heyman is coming from, but for me, a Solo, is supposed to be the tribal chief of the new bloodline.
I didn't buy it.
It didn't work for me. It was Fatu.
The whole bloodline story is dead.
Well, yeah, it's dead, but it was dead because of Solo. I don't think Solo was that great.
No.
There's not. I don't feel like there's anything else they could have done. I think it's ran its course.
But didn't it seem like, guys, Fatu was more over than Solo? I mean, it doesn't seem like he was. Look,
at first, I was totally Team Solo, but as the more I saw and learned about Jacob Fatu, Jacob is the man.
Yeah, he is.
This is the first title he's going to win out of many, many, many in WWE.
Yes.
They should have just had him kind of run away with his own crew. Like they should have had Tama Tonga run away with Jacob Fatu and kind of turn on Solo.
They're both injured, though, so there's nothing they can do with them right now.
Yeah.
Right.
It's unfortunate, but.
What else,
Rob? Peter, what's your opinion and Louie, your thought on this with WWE purchasing AAA, and Alberto Del Rio is the AAA super champion. Now, do you bring him on WWE television, or do you not bring him on TV?
Yes. You know why you bring him on TV? Because he's already got automatic heat. People know that story. People know that storyline. It's like going back to AEW when you had.
That's like bringing back Brock Lesnar and Vince McMahon with the whole thing that's going on with that.
It's not that dramatic, and here's the reason why it's not that dramatic, because it's years ago. I know what you're talking about, and there was some allegations against him and some things he did.
Text message that he wanted to see something.
Was he with Charlotte at the time? Where was that stem from?
He was with Paige. Saraya.
Saraya. Excuse me. It was Saraya. Yeah. There definitely was some.
He hit her or something, right?
They were doing drugs. They were beating each other up.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, the toxic relationship between two people.
At the end of the day, I'll tell you this: if it's best for business and there's money to be made, Triple H will do it. It's like CM Punk. Nobody thought CM Punk was going to come back because of all the trouble he had with Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
As soon as Vince stepped aside and Triple H realized that there was heat there and he could sell him, he brought him back. That's what AEW dropped the ball, because you had this heat with the Young Bucks. You had this heat with
you had to get him out of AEW. I mean, there was no ifs, ands, or buts.
But
He had to go.
they could have done a storyline where it was the Young Bucks and Hangman Page, and I'm trying to think of the other guy, Kenny
Jungle Jack Perry,
Kenny Omega. Right? They had a storyline there, and they dropped the ball because they were.
Oh, you're talking about with the CM Punk situation too.
Personal.
Yeah, it is so. Let me give me a full screen here.
Yeah,
I got my AEW rant of the night. How's
go
that?
For the rant. Yes, go for
All
your
right,
AEW rant.
This is how Cheese Dick Bob AEW is. Okay,
be careful. They may give us a job. You never know.
Yeah, I doubt it. Here's the thing, AEW, they dropped the ball on that. Any good company, even me, like if that was me, let's just say I'm behind the scenes working at AEW, I'm going up to each one as a man in their locker room and saying, hey, listen, we understand what's going on, but if you're here for the company and this is what's best for business, let's make this work. Adam Copeland and Matt Hardy made this work with their situation over a girl. No offense to women out there, but over a girl. And here we are. We're competing against WWE. And at the time, they were winning.
Yes.
Let's put the nail in the coffin right now and let's go make some real money.
That's what it comes down to. Right.
But instead, we're too worried about everybody's feelings. We're too worried about what Jim Cornette says it best, the Cucamonga kids or whatever the hell he calls them. The Cucamonga kids. We're too worried about them. We're too worried about Twinkle Toes and what he thinks. We're not worried about making money. Everything that CM Punk said in that press conference was absolutely 100% true, and he was right.
If you look right now in WWE, if you look at CM Punk and Seth Rollins, they
are mocking AEW with this.
With each other.
Of course they are.
They're mocking AEW with this. This is a prime example. How can you not see that?
It's been done so well and so well crafted. It's like he said, it's long story booking with Triple H and his writers.
If we don't like each other, we can still work together and make money and go our separate ways.
And that's what
you know how many guys have worked together that didn't like each other? You know how many guys like just
Macho Man and Hogan hated each other.
Look at all the potatoes they were hitting each other with. Sometimes it happens, but you know what? It makes. But you heard what Adam Copeland said. He goes, "Hey, when Matt was at the top of that cage, even though we really hated each other, hey, the only person that I would trust landing that leg drop on me from that cage was him." Go look back at Shawn Michaels and Bret the Hitman Hart. You know, some of those matches that they had, legendary. And they hated each other.
Yes.
Hated each other. But they needed each other. And that's where Tony Khan, I don't like Tony Khan. I really don't.
I know you don't. All right.
I just want to flick him right in the nose. I don't know what it is. It is stupid hair and that stupid look on his face all the time. It's just like, dude, you go get some sleep and go take a shower.
He looks like he's on coke.
Yeah,
go
man.
ahead, Roger.
It's that White Claw. It's getting to him.
White Claw.
Yeah.
It's White
I think
Claw.
it's more than that, man.
White powder.
To answer your question, the AAA thing, I think this is a really good thing for WWE, and it's a really good thing for AAA, just because of the simple fact that, like Conan said, they have a lot of good talent there. They just need a little bit of money to back them up, and it's good because now you can take a lot of a big problem that WWE has. And I was scared because when Ray Phoenix and Penta joined WWE, I'm gonna be like, you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna get a really big pop in the beginning, and then they're going to slowly diminish. Now they have somewhere to go, right? And they can come back, become AAA champion, come back, and it can do something for the company. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we remember Ray. You know what I'm saying? You can do a lot.
40 years. I mean, that's where Rey Mysterio wrestled his first match.
Yeah, man. Like, you're opening up the doors to so much, and I'm very, very much excited to see this partnership with AAA. Just same thing with TNA. Like that was huge when that happened. Like the doors are really starting to open without calling them
By the way,
forbidden
you
door.
mentioned TNA. Joe Hendry is defending the TNA World Championship at the NXT pay-per-view coming up.
That's awesome.
There you go.
Again, this is awesome.
Believe in Joe Hendry.
Honestly, you know what I'm really waiting for? I'm waiting for a deal to strike up with New Japan and WWE because you know what WWE needs? Do you know what WWE needs in the worst way?
What's that?
They need that Bullet Club logo. They need to be able to use Bullet Club because you have AJ Styles.
Bring that back, don't you?
No, it's just you have AJ Styles. You know, you have Finn Balor, who started Bullet Club. That's his to begin with. But I mean, why do you think the club didn't work? Carl Anderson, Luke Gallows, and AJ Styles, because you were called the club. If it was Bullet Club with the logo, I guarantee you that would have ran wild in WWE.
The next NWO.
Well, I mean, it's not only that, it's just you have legitimacy because now you're calling yourself the club. Okay, you're really the Bullet Club. You know what I'm saying? If they would have had the Bullet Club, you're opening the door. Like
you have the history, you have the tradition.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a true faction in WWE. You have these made-up factions that are not working. That's what I'm kind of scared with Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker. They have to be perfect with this. But like, if you were to ask me, hey, Louie, what would you rather see? Would you rather see WWE work with New Japan and have access to Bullet Club? Or would you rather see them try to build this thing that they're trying to build right now? I would tell you straight out, I'd rather see them have access to Bullet Club to have a real stable, because at the end of the day, you're opening the door for a massive takeover with Tama Tonga, AJ Styles, Finn Balor. And if they want to bring in Doc Gallows, you have that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So I look forward to, hopefully, I don't know, there's been some rumblings, right?
Yeah,
New Japan might be up for sale.
The Rock took a
Here's what's
picture
gonna happen.
with the Rubik's
Mark
Cube
this down.
and New Japan shirt on. Yes.
Mark this down on the calendar.
Yes.
Braun Breaker and Paul Heyman eventually turn
on
Seth Rollins. You have Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins.
Well,
for
that's
the
what
world
one of our
title at
guys said
WrestleMania
here.
next year.
60-40 BRSN. He's reading your mind unless that's you, and I don't think that's you. So that's what he says too.
No, I like that. That's a good assumption. I agree with that. I think
you have
that's a
Braun
good
Breaker
possibility.
and Heyman in his corner against Seth Rollins at WrestleMania next year for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Take my money. Take my money, my friend. All right.
Hey, you know what we haven't talked about though, too, Peter? Hey, great call too, by the way.
By the
Great
way, this is
call.
the first time he's called, so he must like you. We had no Ralph Williams today, but he must like you. Thank you, Tribal Troll. We appreciate you. We'll acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
All right, man. Good stuff there by
Karrion
Roger.
Kross situation, man.
I wanted
Have
to
you
get
watched-
to that. I mean, you go ahead and comment on that and see what's going on, because he did have an injury. I believe it was a punctured eardrum or a busted eardrum.
Yeah, so he's doing the blood sport. He was getting that situated with. There's a documentary that he did. It was actually really good. I don't know if it's kayfabe. I don't know what it is.
By the
I'll
way,
send it
he's
to you.
so over, and it's more than Scarlett and the intro. They should have did the intro. The intro, that's him, but he's so over. They need to put this guy in a storyline of some kind, something along the lines to where
I wouldn't mind seeing him and Malachi go at it at a major pay-per-view.
Agree, but
I
aren't they
think that
the same type of?
Yeah, they got the same type of aura. Malachi is really more of like the dark arts, like, I dig it. Like, I'm not a Satanist or anything. I don't agree with none of that stuff, but I dig his persona. I like that style. And Karrion Kross too. I like that. I like his style too. I think those two guys, even if you made them as I shouldn't say a faction, because I think we're being overly watered down with a faction.
Agree.
Although I wouldn't mind seeing Karrion Kross take over the Judgment Day. I think the Judgment Day needs some members kicked out and needs a facelift. I think Dominic Mysterio is way beyond the Judgment Day. He doesn't need them. He really doesn't. I think he's doing a fantastic job on his own. I think a guy like Karrion Kross should have something like the Judgment Day. just because that's his persona, man. He's insane. He is, and they need to let him have. If I'm booking Karrion Kross, I'm booking him as the way I would do it. Let's play Booker real quick before we wrap this up, Peter. How about that? So if I'm the booker, the way I book Karrion Kross to have a split personality. Killer Kross is who Karrion Kross really is. I'd have Killer Kross come out as, as
well, I think that's a part of his personality already because
that's what I'm saying.
Everybody that he gets around always turns bad. So that is.
Well, Karrion Kross for me
is. You can't believe this, but he's calling back.
Acknowledge me.
Let's go out to the Tribal Troll Roger Shoe here on Turnbuckle
All right.
Talk. Yes.
Breaking news. I just saw online Luke Anderson and Kyle Gallows are looking at possibly returning in New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Oh, setting it up, my friend.
Another reason WWE wants to work with New Japan.
Setting it up. Setting up that storyline. That Bullet Club.
AJ and the Good Brothers.
The Good Brothers.
Yeah.
The Good Brothers.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, man.
Hey, I'll tell you what. It was really funny when Carl Anderson did that thing. So I seen bits and snippets of it. I guess it's what the hell do they call that?
Well,
BTE.
Yeah, well, wasn't Doc? Well, Doc was the bigger guy. He was it Luke Gallows?
Luke Gallows, yeah.
He came out with the other guy, Biscuits and Gravy. Remember, they came out as the tag team.
Oh yeah. He was like Thaddeus or whatever the hell his name was. Festus.
And he went. He was like,
the bell ring. He became, we can't say that word. But Carl Anderson, he's actually a really funny mofo, man, because he did this character, Sour Boy. He would drink something sour. He goes, oh boy. Like, it was funny. If you guys ever get a chance, look up Carl Anderson, Sour Boy. Very funny stuff. But yeah, Karrion Kross. I would. So if I'm booking Karrion Kross is a complete, utterly psychopath. I think Vince McMahon tried that, but he made him look like a dominatrix. I don't know what he was thinking.
That was not good.
It was not good. It was like I was waiting for Demolition to come out. Anyways, it was terrible.
It was.
The way I'd book it, like I said, I'd make him like a psychopath. Just the Killer Kross is what you would get in the ring that would just completely dismantle opponents.
Yep.
And then Karrion would be the guy that walks around, talks to people, all friendly, kind of like a serial killer, but not killing people.
Well, he kind of is. That's what
I'm saying.
At TNA, he was kind of like that serial killer kind of deal. Like he wasn't killing people, but he was beating the hell out of them.
Yeah, and that's what I would do it. And I'd have Scarlett as
so well.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, Vince dropped the ball on it.
Yeah, but you know who really screwed him in NXT? Like off the mic? Adam Cole. Adam Cole really didn't do anything to help Karrion Kross. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that was bad, man. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm looking at Adam Cole and I'm looking at Karrion Kross, and I'm just like, dude, Karrion Kross would whoop your ass, dude.
Yes.
In real life, he'd choke you out. He actually fights in real life. You know what I'm saying? So
he can do a mean Jesse Ventura.
Yeah. Speaking of Adam Cole, where is he now?
Well, here you go. He's in AEW, your favorite promotion.
I love that place. Can't wait to buy a T-shirt. Said no one.
I know. I'm going to buy you a T-shirt for your birthday.
No, don't do that.
I'm doing it. Yeah, you can burn it on air. WWE departures: Braun Strowman, Cora Jade, which she's to me, she's attractive, but she said 27 days. She'll rule the indies and rule your wallet. Rule all your wallets, something along the lines of that.
So is she doing like OnlyFans or something?
Probably. And there'll probably be fans out there that will pay for it.
That's insane, man. That's not right. I get up and go to work every damn day. And all
you like that? What you just like to do that? Like you just I'm gonna rule your wallet. Like Cora J. What did she say? What was her comments that she just said?
That's insane, dude. I can't believe that.
Let's see. Where is
How is that even fair?
What did she say? Because I wanna see. I want to get the correct because it was pretty funny.
Hey, the other chick though. Speaking of, while you look that up, Stephanie Valkyrie, whatever her name is.
Yes.
She needs to be on the main roster. She's
Right?
very good, very
Right.
very good. She's
Mhm.
got it. She doesn't need NXT anymore. That broad's got it. I shouldn't say broad. That female wrestler, she's got it.
I'm still trying to look for this.
She's got it. No, she's good. Although Aubrey said something about how she looks like a stripper.
She said, okay, so she'll be taking, she said she'll be, here it is. She'll be taking over the indies and bank accounts. Back to work 27 days till I take over the indies and your bank accounts. There you go.
Good
So
luck.
she's taking over your bank accounts. All right.
I'm just going to
She
call
got
my bank and
released.
say it's fraud.
It's fraud.
my
There you
money.
go. Gina Dolan. Also, Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez shared some insights on Wrestling Observer Radio. Braun Strowman. Meltzer stated that the answer was simple. He's one that the salary was too high. One person told me that he felt he was being paid more than how they were using him. The reality of Braun Strowman is that ever since he had the hamstring injury, he's never been the same. Further added that another reason for the cuts across the board was how many of the talent are getting up in age, seemingly have little time left to improve. In the case of Shayna Baszler, who was also released, claimed that her cut was specifically because of her age. Shayna is very good at being Shayna Baszler. In WWE at times, they let her be Shayna Baszler, but she wasn't always allowed to portray her character correctly. When it came to Dakota Kai, Meltzer again suggested that AEW make a play for her, but noted that there was a belief that she's injury prone and added that TNA might have a spot for her instead. By the way,
I think TNA is the best bet for her.
TNA still with WWE and NXT. Shotzi also some really
She's
attractive women.
AEW bound.
You think so? Contract is expiring. So in the case, she'll be able to be go as soon as her contract expired. There will be no compete clause. Complete club. There will be no non-compete clause. Easy for me to say. Shotzi's a hard worker,
She should have never shaved her head.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. But she did it for, I believe it's a family member, her sister, because her sister.
Oh, was
cancer.
it? Oh, I feel terrible now.
It's okay. No. That's all right.
I thought they
you.
made her do that.
No. She did that in tribute to her sister. I believe it was a family member. I think it was her sister. You look it up. When it came to those in NXT, Meltzer pointed out how Cora Jade specifically made many changes upon coming back. Oh, she made a couple of changes after her injury, but what if her reason lost the spark over time? I could see her ending up, again, it wouldn't surprise me. She ended up in TNA. I know that she probably wants to continue wrestling. When it comes to Gigi Dolan, he added that he was surprised by her release and noted she seemed to plateau over time. In her case, it was kind of one of those things where you got to look at it and go, is she going to make it on the main roster? And I think their decision just was she wasn't. And then Eddie Thorpe, according to Meltzer, was cut because WWE simply didn't see him as a main roster material. Additionally, in the case of Riley Osborne, who was also released, suggested that former Chase U talent wasn't cut for talent reasons and that AEW should take a look at him. So there you go. That was the cuts that happened. That's the unfortunate thing with the business. There is some talk that Strowman may be brought back. Who knows at this point? I thought he was doing a good job. By the way,
it would be a good place for Strowman. TNA.
Probably, yes.
I think he really shine over there in TNA. A lot of these guys, again, Strowman, I don't know. I'm not sold on him, man. He should be more muscle for somebody, back somebody up, or.
Well, it's kind of like Meltzer said. Ever since he's had the hamstring injury, he hasn't been the same wrestler.
Yeah, he to me, he's. Remember when Kevin Nash backed up? Remember when Kevin Nash backed up Shawn Michaels?
Well, he's still tearing his quad, by the way, Kevin Nash. You gotta love Kevin Nash, but he's always tearing his quad. But you're exactly right. Maybe as a backup or something. I don't know. Braun Strowman is over. I think you're right. TNA would be a monster. He'd be. I think that he would thrive over there.
AEW, I think they would eat him alive. I really do, because those fans, I don't know, they put something in the drinks over there, and they just act weird.
By the way, Tom Brady's favorite GOAT of all time for wrestling is who?
I hope he didn't say who I think he said.
He said Hulk Hogan.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's typical. That's his era. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of Hogan,
we're gonna talk about him, brother.
Brother, he's been in some news lately here.
Weird.
During his promotional interviews for his Real American Freestyle Wrestling, included on the Pat McAfee show with TMZ Sports, Hogan referred to Shelton Benjamin as Benjamin Shelton.
Oh, yeah.
He cited the incorrect name alongside Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle as examples of successful amateur wrestlers who transitioned to professional wrestling. That did not sit well with Benjamin, who took to X, as they always do, with a pointed message for Hogan, accompanying it with a gift of Will Smith yelling, "Keep my name out of your effing mouth." He wrote a message to Hulk Hogan, "You lost me forever," with "Don't get caught," or as you would call it, apology speech. So rather than screw up my name and pretend we ever had any sort of camaraderie, which we never had, please do me a favor and keep my name out of your effing mouth. MVP, which again, is this real? Is this storyline? Is this kayfabe? Who knows? But there's certainly heat in the wrestling community when it comes to Hogan. But once again, I'm going to remind people, no matter what he did, he is the reason why the wrestling business is so big. He is one of the main reasons. Do not forget that. And people go, well, McMahon, you could say the same thing. McMahon's a little bit more
kind of like Brady and Belichick.
Right. All right. MVP.
Well, who's Vince McMahon in that situation?
Well, listen, this is right. Exactly.
It'd have to be Belichick.
Well, yeah.
Especially with a young girl.
Boy, that's MVP Benjamin's associate in AEW with the Hurt Business echoed the strong thought process, tweeting a scathing assessment of Hogan, pathological lying piece of human excrement. And of course, this refers to Hulk Hogan and return to the WWE fold in 2018 after a 3-year termination. Hogan was fired in 2015 when leaked audio transcripts from years prior revealed him repeatedly using racial slurs, including the N-word, admitting to being a racist to a point. So there you go. And then that's going to be it for the day. I think we'll just wrap it up there, my friend. We're nearly at...
Oh, yeah, we're there. Final thoughts from me.
Yeah.
Again, AEW. The whole Hurt Syndicate, whatever the hell that shit's called. Why do they have MJF with that? I got to figure out to get a hold of somebody in that company. I mean, I'd like to get a job over there. I mean, if they want to throw away money, I mean, at least I'd try.
Right.
I'd try. I'd probably do a little bit different job to the Young Bucks if they got a line. Hey, I'm not afraid to slap nobody. Yeah, that company, Peter, will never get better unless the Young Bucks leave and a few other people, just because of the simple fact why your top heel is trying to cater to be in the Hurt Business or whatever, the Hurt Syndicate. I don't know why they're doing that. Just I want to see MJF with Hangman Page. I want to see him go up against Swerve Strickland. Like, there's talent there. I just don't know why they just can't get it together. Because if you gave me the floor, I honestly would say all of your championships have to go outside of your main AEW championship. And you have to it's too much going on, man. Again, your Ring of Honor should be your NXT.
Yeah.
And that's that. And they cater too much to this indie mentality that doesn't work when you're on TV twice a week.
Yeah.
So
again, I got according to PW Insider, the Righteous requested their release from AEW. That has been rumored to be a tag team that would join up with Karrion Cross because he put some cryptic tweet out there. All right, my friend, we killed it tonight. I appreciate, as always, as we always say here.
What do you hear? What do you say?
Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. We'll see you soon here on the Evolution of Sports Talk.
Yep. And make sure stay tuned Saturday. We'll say 9 o'clock-ish. I don't know. Me and Jay are always kind of late for this thing. But make sure you follow me on Facebook, the Frozen Pirate Podcast. Go on Instagram, follow me on the Frozen Pirate Podcast, X, Twitter, whatever it's called, and right here on the Sports Web. Saturday, we're going to have a very good discussion. Nothing crazy. We're not talking politics. We don't do that stuff. That stuff is too overrated out of my brain capacity. But again, we're going to have a good conversation. And it's called All Walks of Life. Hopefully you guys can definitely join us. I will, again, follow me on my social media platforms. Maybe Peter will join us a little bit for All Walks of Life. Like I said, but you got to have a drink. I know you're not a drinker, but you can pretend to have something.
We'll see. We'll see if I jump in. I'll probably jump in.
Yeah, like I said, we're probably going to start around 9 o'clock-ish on Saturday, this Saturday.
Okay.
And again, go back and go on Spotify and look us up and go look at some of those old episodes. That's what you're going to get, man. It's just a good time, but we're not here for a long time. We're here for a short time. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. And with that being said, good night.
All right, there you go. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast as we're out of the night. Thanks a lot to all the guests. Of course, him, Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast, Leo Haggerty, former Coach Scout and now media member of Night Sports Productions. And as always, all the phone calls, all the text messages, nearly 4 hours of Bucks talk around the NFL, and of course, Turnbuckle Talk. We'll be back on Monday night on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television at 8 o'clock. Like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake and do 3 things. We'll keep it down as the roommates are here. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for fans of the Sports Web and the Tampa Bay sports fan, it's your time. We'll see you next time on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. And as we always say, and hopefully this sign doesn't fall when I do it, go Bucks.